All right, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Tuesday, June 10th, 2025 City Council meeting. Madam Clerk, may I please have the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Freitas. Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
Here.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
Thank you. You have 4 members in attendance.
All right, thank you. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
Mr. City Attorney, could you please let us know what's on the closed session tonight?
Yes, Mayor, Council, this evening we have 2 closed sessions. The first is a conference with legal counsel for existing litigation. This is a case entitled California Resources Pipeline Corporation versus the City of Antioch. Secondly, we have a conference with real property negotiators. This is the property located at the Lone Tree Golf Course, 4800 Golf Course Road. The negotiating parties on behalf of the city are the city manager and myself, and the assistant city manager. The negotiating party on the other side is Ronald Parrish, the general manager of the golf course, and under negotiation are the terms of payment.
Thank you. We will adjourn to closed session at 6:02 p.m. And for the record, Councilmember Freitas is here. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City Council meeting of June the 10th, 2025. It is now 7:03. Madam Clerk, could we please have the roll call?
Thank you. Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Councilmember Torres Walker,
Present.
Councilmember Freitas,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Rocha,
Here.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
All right, will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Mr. City Attorney, could you please report out on closed session?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Council, this evening, the City Council met in closed session to discuss two items. The first item was a conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation entitled California Resources Pipeline Corporation versus the City of Antioch. An update was given by legal counsel. No reportable action was taken. Secondly, the City Council met to discuss a conference with real property negotiators. This was in regard to the property, the Lone Tree Golf Course property located at 4800 Golf Course Road. The negotiating parties for the city were the city manager, assistant city manager, and myself. The party with whom the city is negotiating is the golf course. The negotiator for the golf course is Ronald Parrish. Under negotiation were the terms of payment. No reportable action was taken.
All right, thank you. At this time, we will now have public comments. These are comments for unagendized City Council items. Madam Clerk, will you please read the speaker rules?
Welcome to a meeting of the Antioch City Council. Your attendance is appreciated. The state Ralph M. Brown Act guarantees the public's right to address the City Council within the framework of speaker rules. Because agendas encompass many business items, speaker rules enable the meeting to be efficiently conducted and concluded at a reasonable hour. The City Council can only take action on items that are listed on the agenda. If you wish to speak about an item not on the agenda, the public comments section of the agenda is for you. Unagendized comments are provided until no later than 7:30 p.m. when the City Council moves on to agenda items. There is another opportunity for public comments at the end of the meeting. If you wish to speak either during public comments or during an agenda item, fill out a speaker request form located at the entrance of the council chambers. Please place the speaker request form in the tray near the city clerk before the council begins its meeting. This will enable us to call upon you to speak. Important, the speaker request form is retained as a public record and as such may be shared with others upon request in line with the California Public Records Act. On your speaker request form, please identify if the comment is for announcement of community events, public comment, or a specific agenda item. No one may speak more than once on an agenda item or during public comments. Speakers will be notified shortly before they are called to speak. When you are called to speak, please limit your comments to the allotted time, up to 3 minutes at the discretion of the mayor. The consent calendar is a group of items which are determined to be routine. These items are usually considered all at once and approved without further discussion. If you are opposed to action, which is recommended for an item on the consent calendar, please submit a speaker request form before the meeting and place it in the speaker card tray near the city clerk. This will enable the item to be removed from the consent calendar and call on you to speak. During public hearings, each side is entitled to one main presenter who may not speak for more than 10 minutes. All other speakers during public hearing items are entitled to a maximum of 5 minutes. These time limits are modified depending on the number of speakers or number of items on the agenda at the mayor's discretion. Groups who are here regarding an item may identify themselves by raising their hands at the appropriate time to show support for one of their speakers. During certain types of hearings, the applicant is allowed to give their presentation first. After testimony is received, the applicant has an opportunity for rebuttal. After having heard from the public, the agenda item will be closed. Deliberations will then be limited to the members of the City Council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. How many speaker cards do we have, please?
We have 7 speaker cards.
Okay, so we'll go with 3 minutes each.
Okay, thank you. The first speaker will be Sinead Padney, followed by Mary Lutz. Please approach the podium.
My name is Sunil Pandey. I live in Milpitas, which is a south place, around 1 hour from here. But I own a property over here in Sunset Lane. That is one of the notorious lane on your record, I think. And I have mailed mayor, the council member, most of the city staff, showing what happened to my property. And there is a frequent police complaint that I have filed. And I have around 27 tenant, which is owned by the actual person who lives and resides in the city of Antioch. It's a woman-owned, like chiropractic, fingerprinting, a non-profit organization. There are many ladies coming. Because of the BART clinic, they are not secure, and they sent me the email, which I cannot do anything. I hands up for that, correct? Because I don't have any authority. I can stay there with a gun to shoot them. I can't do anything. The only thing I have is to call to the elected leader, the police security. I had a talk with officer today, this morning also. Whole day I've been in the city, correct? I quit my job so I can take action. And if you look at the email, I want to talk to you privately, because this 3 minutes is not enough to put my things, correct? If you want to make Antioch a better place to live, we should take some action. That BART clinic, it's like a flower where all the honeybees come to take something. And they are not scared of the cop or any law, the guys who does that thing. They said, call the cop. But I, being a legal citizen, I'm scared of the cop. I don't want the cop to come after me, correct? So I want city to take some action, and I don't want the action to be taken tomorrow, but let's have a plan. I'll sit down. I have asked the Antioch PD to have a neighborhood watch where they can call all the office, everything nearby. We talk about what our problem is, city hear us, and we take the action, correct? That's what I want, and I want to do a business. I want to make Antioch a better place, even though I don't live here. But I'm worried for all my tenants, and I have forwarded all the video camera picture. I will be forwarding in the future, which I have the right to do it, correct? I can do that. So till the city takes some action to fix it or give me some remedy. I asked the city planning department to put a fence, but there's a code which was written in 1994, when the people in Antioch used to be sober, kind enough, no BART clinic over there, which that code doesn't apply as today's situation. And I want the city, all the elected leaders to consider that. We should adopt as the time changes. When we were a kid, it was different than we're at this age. So my term is over. I'd like to have a meeting with every one of you, if possible. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members, and fellow Antioch residents. My name is Mary Lutz, and I'm here as a proud member of this community and a firm believer in the power of our democracy. Right now, across our country, and from all walks of life, liberal, conservative, and independent are all feeling the same concerns, that the foundation of our democracy is being tested. The truth is that democracy doesn't protect itself, people do. We may not agree on everything, but the value of our right to speak freely, to vote, and to live under laws, not to the will of the government, these are the rights we cannot take for granted, because once freedom is gone, it's hard to get it back. I'm inviting Antioch's community to come together on Flag Day, Saturday, June 14th at 11 a.m. to the old movie theater in Antioch on Lone Tree for a peaceful, nonpartisan march right here in our city. It's a moment for all of us to stand together as we the people and show that we are paying attention, that we're committed to preserving the freedom that makes this country home and isn't about politics, it's about principle. It's about unity, accountability, and protecting what generations before us have fought so hard to build. We're strong and resilient people, and together we can help each other and democracy stand strong. Thank you.
Okay, we have one last speaker for general public comment, Crystal Law.
All right, you guys, how's everybody doing? So I hope that We are having a good week. I have been out downtown and all throughout my neighborhood. There's been a couple of cars being towed over off of 6th and 5th and 4th that they were homeless and now they're really homeless. So because their car had bad tags or something was left, the police came and towed their vehicles, and now they do not have a place to stay, which I understand that you guys have to tow, but if you're going to tow, then can we get warnings? Can we get more than 24 hours to move a vehicle, something for them, because it's just not fair, and it's really, now we're taking somebody who was already homeless and now they're actually on the street because they no longer have a roof over their head because their car is gone over 6 months worth of registration. It just doesn't make sense to me. Also, as far as sweeps, we're still attacking that. We need a halt, a something. I do understand that there's some people on our side. We were able to speak with somebody who actually goes in and does it. She's amazing, and we were able to speak with her and talk to her. And so I do appreciate the people who are on the inside really trying to give these people time to get out. But as far as the sweeps are concerned, they just need a little bit of help. It's not just right to move them from one spot to another. We're going to keep coming up here. We're going to keep saying it until you guys really understand that it's not fair that you're literally just taking them from Sunset and then they're moving right down the street collecting more stuff, and then you're there a month later taking all their stuff away again. There has to be a different solution than besides just putting them from one spot to another. There has to be a better solution as far as sweeps are concerned. So I'm asking you guys to please look into that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public comments?
There are no public comments.
All right,
Come up.
thank you very much. We're on to proclamations. May I have a motion to approve the proclamations?
So moved?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Thank you, Mayor. The motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on the proclamations?
There are no public comments on the proclamations.
All right. So our first proclamation is commemorating Juneteenth 2025. It's here somewhere. All right, so I'll go ahead and read it, and then I understand that Leslie May is going to be receiving it. And so if you'd like to, after I read it, you can make a few comments, and then after we have another proclamation, we'll come down and take pictures afterwards. All right, thank you. Whereas Juneteenth is recognized as Freedom Day, or our country's second Independence Day. Whereas Juneteenth was the day that slavery ended in the United States, resulting in the emancipation of all slaves and beginning the restoration of culture, name, language, faith, and identity. Whereas President Abraham Lincoln first issued the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, freeing the enslaved people in the South, but those orders were ignored by Confederate Southern slave owners. Whereas on June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers arrived in Galveston, Texas, and enforced the president's order freeing the enslaved people 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was issued. Whereas other systems of oppression and systemic inequalities such as sharecropping, Jim Crow, redlining, and mass incarceration, the reverberation of black bodies and black impoverishment continued well past slavery, and some persist to this day, affecting the physical and mental health, safety, and even the continuing education of young African-American children. Whereas liberation from these systems of oppression demands nothing less than black economic liberation, manifested through financial literacy, a positive sense of self, an upright ethical and moral compass, high earning jobs, mentors willing to share the means of self-improvement, and the ability to own the land in one's own neighborhood. Whereas many African Americans have advanced academically, politically, and financially and continue to strive to build wealth within the Black community in and beyond. And whereas on June 19th, 2025, the City of Antioch will hold its annual Juneteenth celebration at Williamson Ranch Park with speakers sharing our rich, proud history, music, ethnic foods, and activities. We invite all our brothers, sisters, and friends of every culture and ethnicity to join us for the historical event and celebration. Now, therefore, I, Ron Burnell, Mayor of the City of Antioch, do hereby acknowledge June 19th, 2025 as Juneteenth in the City of Antioch, the annual recognition of Black emancipation, the celebration of the past, present, and future of Black economic liberation, and our commitment to eradicate systemic racism that undermines our collective prosperity. Ms. Leslie May, please.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Juneteenth is supposed to honor the end to slavery in the United States and is considered the longest running African American holiday. On June 17, 2021, it officially became a federal holiday. June 2025 will occur on Thursday, June 19th. This year's observance comes at a time when the current president is turning back or eliminating historical references to specific cultural and ethnic groups. Just Juneteenth, the fight for freedom, because in this political climate, we need this. We need to mark this date because this administration is rolling back our rights and depriving us of DEI. Has suddenly turned to this negative campaign. So we need to highlight the importance of diversity, inclusion, equity, and how they are not inappropriate words, but they are something that we should be striving toward. During a celebration of Juneteenth, we should be teaching the next generations about how to research and examine the historic significance and the ongoing fight for racial equity and justice, because it is ongoing. So we continue this fight, but we do have to celebrate the progress that we have made. We will be attending all the celebrations on June 19th. Wear your boots, your Western wear, or your African wear. Come and join in the fun and know that this is an opportunity for us to be together and recognize that we are all in this together. No matter what your gender, orientation, or race is, we need to come together with boots on the ground. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, our second proclamation is honoring Mac's Old House Restaurant. Whereas Mac's Old House Restaurant has been a beloved cornerstone of the Antioch community for 42 remarkable years, serving generations of residents with warmth, tradition, and unforgettable meals. Whereas in 1983, Gary Noe fulfilled a dream by transforming an old house into a welcoming dining establishment, bringing the timeless flavors of Bertola style to Antioch. Joined by Rick Cook, a dedicated chef with over a decade of experience at the iconic Bertola's in Oakland. Whereas from the very first day, Mac's Old House was embraced by the community and quickly became a cherished gathering place known for its hearty meals, friendly service, and enduring charm. Whereas over the decades, Mac's Old House weathered economic challenges, evolving times, and a global pandemic, all while continuing to provide comfort and consistency to its patrons. Whereas more than 3 million meals have been served under its roof, thanks to the tireless efforts of Gary, Rick, and a dedicated team of employees whose loyalty and passion made Mac's much more than a restaurant. It became a second home to many. And whereas the spirit of Mac's Old House lives in the stories shared, the milestones celebrated, and the memories made by generations of Antioch families and visitors alike. Now, therefore, I, Ron Burnell, Mayor of the City of Antioch, on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of Antioch, do hereby proclaim our deepest appreciation to Mac's Old House Restaurant for 42 years of outstanding service, community spirit, and culinary excellence. So if I could have Gary and Rick come forward, please, and say a few words. And then when you're done speaking, don't leave, and we'll come down and give you a proclamation and shake your hand.
After you, sir.
I'm going to say a few words. Rick will do the rest. Thank you.
That's an awfully quick handoff. I'd like to thank the mayor and the council and everyone in the city of Antioch for making our 42 years a success. It's been a wonderful ride. We've been very lucky. We've had a great staff for all these years. People have worked for us for many years. And to see the actual love and appreciation for what we've done in the last few months, the way people have reacted to our closing, it's really touching, and we appreciate it. And very thankful for the proclamation.
All right, thank you. When is your last day, your last meal?
The 22nd.
22nd, all right. Well, thank you. We're going to come on down and take some pictures with you and give the proclamation. All right, thank you for that, everybody. We're going to move on to our next item, which is something a little bit unique I haven't done before, but I understand that it's completely permissible, and so I was asked to administer the attorney's oath to Sasha Jordan, who passed her bar exam recently on her first try. And so Sasha's called Antioch home her entire life. She went to Sutter Elementary, Black Diamond Middle School, and then Deer Valley High School. And she went on from there to UC Davis, where she received, UC Davis, a couple of Davis grads. She received her Bachelor of Arts. She had a major in political science and a minor in communications. After that, she worked as a legislative aide and an intern for Senator Stephen Glazier in 2019, among a lot of other things that she's been doing since she's been in high school. She was cum laude and Dean's List at the John F. Kennedy School of Law at National University, where she earned her Juris Doctorate in 2024. And upon graduating, she studied hard for her bar exam. She's been working for Hoban and Hoban, a law firm here in town, since 2022, and she is now coming full circle. She's going to continue working for them as an attorney at this point. So we're very proud of you, and I'm going to come down and give you the oath of office. and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of an attorney and counselor at law to the best of my knowledge and ability. As an officer of the court, I will strive to conduct myself at all times with dignity, courtesy, and integrity.
Mr. Mayor, why don't you have the parents come up with you presenting? And you know, Sasha, we do have the city attorney position open.
You're free to come sit here and do this tonight if
Come
you
on,
want.
Richard. You're old Antioch. Think of it as a billable hour.
All right. Thank you very much. Congratulations again, Sasha. Excellent job. Item number 2, announcements of civic and community events. Do we have any public comments on this, first
We
of all?
have not received
Okay.
speaker cards.
So first is Juneteenth, Freedom Celebration, June 19th, 2025, Williamson Ranch Park. See Mr. Wright coming forward.
There it is. Practice makes perfect. All right, good evening, council. My name is Shahad Wright, and I am honored to announce that we're going to have Juneteenth celebration at Williamson Ranch on June 19th, the actual day, from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. It's going to be a full day, and we're going to start promptly at 4 p.m. It is a packed lineup of performances, entertainment, celebrations. We have over 40 vendors, community vendors. We have over 8 food vendors. We have Voices of Unity Praise is going to be leading us off. We have Mara Vista Elementary School step team. We have Reggae Dance Angels. We have just a lot of community engagements, along with performances by Universal Soul, which is the Warriors house band, and the feature, Shanice, will be performing as well. So it is going to be jam-packed. Parking is going to be a premium, so get there early. Bring your lawn chairs, your blankets, your boots. It's going to be for everybody, and you do not want to miss it. So again, June 19th, 4 to 8, Williamson Ranch.
Right. Thank you very much. The next announcement is regarding the downtown farmers market.
Welcome back. All right. So it's time to eat fresh in downtown. And this is something that all of downtown has wanted, and it is finally here. And I would like to thank Joy Motts and Celebrate Antioch. Come on down, Joy. So we are having this open on June 22nd. The farmers market will be every Sunday until the October, and it's going to run from 9 a.m. to 1. We're going to have over 25 local farmers, fresh fruits and vegetables, meats, and we're also going to be collaborating with more local downtown businesses to be featured at the farmers market. And a lot of this work was crafted by Joy and her team at Celebrate Antioch. and a lot of people downtown has been wanting this, and Joy and her team has put this together. So Joy, if you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you, Shahad. Well, this isn't really just for downtown. This is for all of Antioch. I think over the last few years, we've kind of become a little bit of a food desert with a lot of major grocery stores leaving and all. And I just think having opportunity for healthy produce and meats and fish and flowers, something we've dreamed about, I think, for a long, long time in having in Antioch. You know, many of us travel over to Brentwood, or we go over to Walnut Creek for a farmer's market to get fresh produce. So now's our chance here. So we really hope it's a big success. Again, this is for all of Antioch. So we encourage everybody to come out from Southeast Antioch, come downtown, visit some of the stores. We're hoping to incorporate maybe a second Saturday, kind of like a maker's market into that, going into July. So more to come on that. But anyway, we're super excited. California Farmers Market is super great to work with. They're putting a lot of money into this, along with the city of Antioch and Celebrate Antioch, to make this work. So I hope everybody shows up. Our opening day is Sunday on the 22nd, 9 o'clock, and we're going to have a ribbon cutting at 10 a.m. So see you there.
Thank you. What's the location of that also?
It's on 3rd and I Street at the public lot there. It's a city-owned lot. So 3rd and I, there's plenty of parking. Parking at City Hall parking lot across the street, Waldy Plaza parking. So it's easily accessible, and it's going to have live music. It's going to be a lot of fun.
So is this only for Antioch, or can Brentwood people come too? Okay.
No,
so-
Brentwood is not allowed, no.
All right.
Everybody's welcome. Yeah, actually, we're going to have Brentwood corn. We actually, our Father's Day car show is this Sunday, and they're going to actually bring their corn for the Father's Day car show as kind of a kickoff for the market that's coming up the following weekend. So we're excited. So every Sunday through October, and if the market is a big success, then we're hoping to go year round.
Awesome.
Okay.
Well, thank you
All right.
very
Thank
much.
you.
Hope everybody supports this.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I know there's some individuals that received the proclamation tonight. You don't have to stay the whole meeting. You can leave anytime that you want. I noticed some of you are getting a little anxious. It's okay.
But these meetings are great if you want to stick around, so I want to do that.
Let's stay.
All right, it's now time for City Council Committee reports and communication. Councilmember Freitas?
None to report.
All right, Councilmember Torres Walker?
Thank you, Mayor. Myself and Mayor Pro Tem Rocha had a lot of work together. So we, our city and school standing committee meeting, we had another meeting. It was really successful. We continued our conversation around the whole child, should we? Does she have an announcement? Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My apologies. This is Sheree. We were waiting, and then she kind of, this is Sheree, and she's going to say a few words. Thank
Okay.
you.
We don't bite.
Welcome, Sheree.
Well, hi. Good evening, Council. I'm here to represent one of the students in the Antioch Council of Teens, also known as ACT. We meet every second and fourth Wednesday of the month, so we're meeting tomorrow, or after your meetings, essentially. We're going to be meeting on July 7th for one of our monthly events at the pool, known as our teen pool night. So we'll be separating them by their age range from 12 to 18, splitting them in between, and then letting them have the blast of their lives. And that's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Good job. Back to you, Councilmember Torres
Yeah,
Walker.
I'm definitely open for pausing for the youth. Again, myself and Mayor Pro Tem Rocha sit on the City and School Standing Committee. We had an amazing meeting. The city manager was there. And we continued our discussion around the whole child, whole community, which was a really great, deep discussion around what are the resources that we can share as the policy and the school, the city and the school district. What policies can we collectively work on? What are our collective values so that we can have true community school models in the city of Antioch? We continued our conversation with community engagement. What is the messaging we want to start to put out to the community? A reminder, these are public meetings. They happen at the district office. And I don't remember the date for the next meeting, but maybe Mayor Pro Tem Rocha could let the public know. We would love to see more of the public in those meetings to be involved in these conversations. We also had our CDBG meeting, which is Community Development Block Grant meeting. Myself, as well as Mayor Pro Tem Rocha, also sits on that standing committee with me. And during that process, we got to review all the applicants for Community Development Block Grant funding. We got to deliberate, make some decisions about funding, and then that will come back here to the city council after our next meeting, which I believe is next week, for the council to deliberate and make some decisions on spending those funds. That meeting is also a public meeting, and I'm excited because we've so far had 2 residents show up to every meeting. But it is an amazing meeting. They have been early in the morning, 9:30. I know that could be early for some folks, but they are recorded. So even if you watch it and email myself and Mayor Pro Tem Rocha with your comments, we'd be more than happy to get back to you. Myself and Councilmember Freitas sit on the Cannabis Standing Committee, and we are currently trying to schedule a follow-up date with the City Attorney's Office so that we can continue our discussion around cannabis in the city of Antioch. Those meetings are also public meetings. And I also want to thank the 3 people who showed up to the last meeting, and those meetings could be pretty early as well. But I think we had our last meeting later on in the evening at 6. So we're going to continue to try to have these meetings in the evening, more closer to the time when the public is available to attend. I want to thank the mayor and the city for the Juneteenth proclamation. There are a lot of Juneteenth events happening, not just in the city, you know, in East County, but all over the East Bay. So no matter where you are in the East Bay, from the 19th into the weekend, you'll be able to join Brentwood, Antioch, Pittsburgh, Martinez, Concord, Richmond. Go out and support a Juneteenth, support Black vendors and liberation. And I just want to say, Mary Lutz, I want to thank you, Mary, for always being thoughtful and considering the global context and what we're all dealing with in our communities today, what we're seeing and witness happen nationally and globally. What I would like to say is, at the political level, war is often waged on poor people. And now war is waged through policy, a lack of or a reduction in resources available to our most vulnerable humans at the national, state, and yes, even the local level. When 4547 was elected, he says some suffering will occur, and many are suffering. Those who voted for this and those who didn't vote for this. I continue to stand in solidarity with our Palestinian community, our Jewish community against a genocide, the protesters on the streets of Los Angeles and all over this country, demanding that our immigrant communities are safe and have fair and due process. There's a quote from Haile Selassie that says, throughout history, it has been the inaction of those who have called, I'm so emotional right now. I have a friend who is not a citizen. And she is struggling right now because she might lose her kids. And I don't know how we all collectively dealing with this in our community, But when you have a elementary school friend who is not a citizen but has been here her entire life, facing the potential of deportation and separation from her children, it's really hard. And I know we were here last night, and we're here tonight, and sometimes these can be long nights. And tonight, I'm just holding in my heart the compassion for all those folks, especially those closest to me right now at this time. And so the quote says, throughout history, it has been the inaction of those who could have acted, the indifference of those who should have known better, the silence of the voice of justice when it mattered the most, that has made it possible for evil to trump. No pun intended. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Wilson?
Yes, thank you. And I'm amazed at all the Juneteenth events that are going on in the county. When I first moved to Antioch in 2006, I think there was just one. And it was, I think, in Richmond. So I'm so happy to see more and more cities embracing it, even Brentwood embracing it as well. So happy to hear about cities doing this and looking forward to more cities celebrating Juneteenth and allowing their citizens to enjoy that. None of my committees met, but tomorrow is Delta Diablo, so the next council meeting I'll report out on Delta Diablo.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
Yeah, on the City Schools Standing Committee that Councilmember Torres Walker and I sit on, the next meeting is on Monday, August 18th at 1:30, and it's at the school district office in the boardroom, if anybody would like to come to that. A couple of the committees I sit on outside, besides the two that I share with Ms. Councilmember Torres Walker, has already been talked about. Councilmember Freitas and I sit on Tri-Delta Board. We recently had a board meeting on May 28th. And one of the nice things to hear that's happening locally is that there are free bus passes for youth for the month of June and July. Youth don't need to have a card or an ID or anything. They just simply get on board and they can go to wherever they need to go. So if they're involved in summer programs, summer school or anything like that, they ride for free. So it's for the month of June and the month of July. For us old timers, summer used to be August, but nowadays school starts in late July, early August. So this summer period is June and July. So if you have children or if you have family members or neighbors that may be interested in free rides for their youth, that's readily available and that's active as of today and the next month. Also, I had the opportunity to sit in for Mayor Bernal at the Mayor's Conference. There's 19 cities that are represented, and it was nice to be a part of that and to see what other cities are doing. And as Councilmember Wilson had just stated, just about every single city has a Juneteenth celebration planned. So pretty much throughout the East Bay Area, there's a lot of celebrations happening. One of the business activities that took place that night was voting on the representatives to be selected for the Association of Bay Area Governments. It's called ABAG. So they represent the region and working with legislators in Sacramento and so forth. So that was nice to be a part of that. I want to just again a shout out to Maxwell House. They've been restaurant owners in Antioch for a long time. My kids have been going there since they were 3, and now my kids are 35. So they've been there a long time. And if you haven't been there in a while, they're closing on the 22nd. I've been there about 2 or 3 times in the last six weeks, and each time the lines get longer. So if you're going to go to try to get one of those fabulous meals before they close, I would encourage you to get there early, or you'll be waiting for a while. On a more serious note, I just would like to follow up with Councilmember Torres Walker said. One thing I'm proud of, Antioch has a lot of challenges, and there's a lot of things that we're faced with, and sometimes we do things well, and other times we do not. But I do believe that when we had the Immigration Community Forum at St. Ignatius Church, which brought together the school district, city leaders, Antioch Police Department chief, and our city manager and others, that it was a unity to our community that we're here to help you look out for your rights, your children, And the fears that we talked about in March 3rd is when we had this meeting are actually happening today. So I'm very, very troubled by hearing that ICE agents are going into elementary schools and talking to students that are like in the 2nd and 3rd grade. It's just unbelievable that's happening. So anyway, my heart goes out to those families because you can only imagine a child who's fearful of going home and not knowing if their parents are going to be there. So I think that Antioch demonstrated that we can become unified to help each other in moments like these. So hopefully we can stand together and do some good stuff. So anyway, thank you for that, and thank you for sharing that as well.
All right, thank you. I attended CCTA, Contra Costa Transportation Authority Board workshop last week for a couple of days. We were talking about plans for our county transportation plan. It revolves heavily around transit, so the goal is to try to get folks off of our congested freeways and using transit. We also have a fiscal cliff when it comes to transit, as many may know, when it comes to BART and AC Transit, and it trickles down to our local transit, Tri-Delta Transit. And so there's going to be legislation, probably some sales tax measures that are going to be coming out in the next couple of years to try to address that. So there's a lot of challenges for us transportation-wise, but the plan here is to make sure that we are making improvements that are going to reduce congestion. There was an article that came out that said that Brentwood had the longest commute in the country. That means we have the 2nd longest commute in the country. And so we are working hard to make sure that when we are coming up with a plan for our county, it isn't a one-size-fits-all, because West County has different needs than East County. And so being on that board along with an Oakley representative and our supervisor, Diane Burgess, we are well represented in East Contra Costa County, and we intend to make sure that our needs are met through projects that are ongoing and also future measures that we'll be deciding on. Yeah, that's about it for that. So just for mayor's comments, I'll keep this really brief. Last night, the city council concluded after a 5-hour meeting to top cherry on top of the 12 or so meeting cake. We finished our budget process as far as all the departments coming and making presentations in the city council addressing our budget challenges. And so we started with, we have a 2-year budget currently. We started with a $54 million deficit. We decided to take that down to a 1-year budget so that we can keep a closer eye on it. So that started at $27 million. We're down to about $12.5 million right now, which is $15 million. It's a lot of money. We still have more to go, but we are definitely have made a lot of good progress. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank our city manager, Bessie Scott, and all the department heads and staff who endured since January just a lot of meetings, a lot of late meetings. It's been a lot. So I just want to thank them for the effort that they had, for the good attitudes that they had going through it. And the goal initially when we went into it was to make sure that the city council obviously understood all of the decisions we were going to be making with with the financial situation we're in, but also that the community would be engaged in the process, the departments would clearly understand, and so that was our goal, and I think we accomplished it. We had a lot of engagement from the community. A lot of people gave their input. And so on the 24th, we'll be adopting our budget. Hopefully, that's the day. And so we have more work to do, but we've done a lot, and we won't be satisfied until we get that down to a balanced budget. So I just want to thank everybody for being a part of that. We're going to go on to our presentations. Item number 3. Do we have any public comments on presentations?
Yes, Mayor, we have 2 submitted forms.
Okay.
We have Frank Sterling and Ahmad. And Miss May would also like to join the queue for this. Please approach.
Hello, how y'all doing, City Council and everybody else here in the back? I'm representing Contra Costa Divest tonight, and I just handed some of you my little list of some language that we're hoping that you all going through your budget and your investments, that you could support an ethical investment policy. And especially with what Tamisha and Pro Tem Rocha talked about, with what's happening in the streets right now. I was in Concord today at the immigration office. So was Carlos back there. I think he left already. As they ripped these people out that were actually there to go to their legal process, and they came there to arrest them. So one of the things we're asking is that the city will refrain from investing in harmful industries such as tobacco, fossil fuels, mass incarceration, and immigrant detention, and weaponry of any kind, or in companies with a consistent record of direct involvement in severe human rights violations, such as slavery, prison labor, war crimes, illegal military occupation, racial segregation, or apartheid. So we're kind of hoping that you guys will take this on as you finish your budgeting and your investments. Like I said, I met with some of you and the treasurer and stuff to kind of work this all out. Contra Costa Divest is a group of about 25 hardworking folks that look at our city's investments, the county's investments. We got Alameda County. This language is basically the exact language that Alameda has already adopted, county, and we're working at Contra Costa County level as well. And so, especially with a lot of things I hear you all say up there a lot of times, I feel like this is something that you could all get behind. And so I'm urging you all to take a look at your email, or I can hand you one of these copies. I sent it out in an email, and we're hoping that one of you all at the next coming up meetings will put it on the agenda, that you all could vote and do ethical investment. And I'm also attended Tamisha, Ms. Torres Walker's online thing the other day, and I heard some talk about a moral budget, so that would be great too. I know you guys did a lot of the budget meetings already. I attended the ones that I could attend, so I know you're all working very hard, and I think a good step would be an ethical investment policy for the city of Antioch when we don't want to invest in these harmful things, especially with what's going on with our immigration right now. And I'll save you 30 seconds on that and let you go. But hopefully one of you all could bring it back, and let's get an ethical investment policy in place in Antioch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak today. I'm also with Contra Costa Divest with Franklin, and I'm here to advocate for the adoption of a formal ethical investment policy, especially now that you're going through the budget and the budget line items and finding ways to improve the budget. I'm also a resident and a taxpayer of Antioch, so really want to be a part of this as well with the community. As it stands now, our city investments may unintentionally be supporting corporations or financial institutions whose operations conflict with the values of this city. Specifically, I'm urging the council to ensure that we're not investing in any companies that are profiting from or complicit in any of the ongoing conflicts that are happening throughout the country, particularly in California. This is not merely a political issue, it's also a moral issue. Our tax dollars, whether they're city or state, should not contribute to the suffering of any civilians, nor should our city profit from human rights violations locally or anywhere in the world. Other cities such as Alameda, and I believe some of the verbiage that Franklin shared, has that they have taken steps to divest from such entities and investing responsibly. I think that reflects a commitment that the city of Antioch is trying to push forth, which is peace, equity, and justice for all. We can do the same by implementing a policy that makes sure that we're screening out investments in weapon manufacturers, surveillance technologies that are used against civilian populations, and other entities that are complicit in such violence or oppression. Ethical investing is more than avoiding harm. It's about actively choosing to support the kind of world that we want to build and that we want to live in, one that's sustainable, one that's humane, and one that's just for all. So I'm urging this council to please take a stand. Let the city lead with its conscience. Let's adopt an ethical investment policy that reflects the values of our residents and the dignity of all people. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. I'm going to ask that you seriously consider some ideas that I had, and I presented them 3 years ago and wasn't moved on it. The commute from here, thank God I don't have to do it anymore, from here into town, anywhere, even to Martinez, can take an hour and 15 minutes from Antioch. That's ridiculous. So, and also all the whatever you call it, that the cars and trucks are putting out in the communities, especially the people that live right by the freeways. They're inhaling that. That's why I can't even believe that they're building some more homes in Bay Point, whatever they want to call that area, San Marcos area, right at the freeway. Because all you're doing is breathing the exhaust fumes from cars and trucks. So here in Antioch, we see it along the side of the 4 freeway, homes there, people are breathing that stuff. So one of the ideas I came up with and put forth was, how come we don't have our own ferry service, just like Sausalito, Marin, all these different places over there. We've got the land, we've got enough area to build it up, so we can have a ferry service. They've got the brand new ferries coming. You've got grants available to get the ultra-fast, I'll call them ultra-fast ferries that can get people to work. San Francisco, even Oakland area, all those. Why aren't we investing in that to reduce the congestion on the roads? The second thing I thought was broad idea is that, you know, for the unhoused, they have the cruise ships and the Navy have decommissioned ships. The cruise ships have them. I brought it, I said, why don't we get one of those, bring it, park it, create an area for dog runs, but also for people to come in and out, work on those ships, do whatever we have to do to put the unhoused in those rooms, put all kind of social services on the main floor of that cruise ship. They are free. They're decommissioned. So I'm bringing that idea back here again because those cruise ships can house thousands of people. And it should have been done a long time ago, at least looked into. So I just want to say that. And also finally about supporting the people. You know, people have said all kind of things about me, and at this point, and at my age, I really don't care, okay? But we need to support the people of every race, creed, culture in this community. If we are a family, a community, we need to support each other. No children should be taken away from their parents unless their parents are abusive. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other speakers to this item.
All right, thank you. Our first presentation is investment presentation from PFM Asset Management LLC, presented by Justin Risuelo.
Thanks so much. The city treasurer is here to speak for a few minutes, and he will introduce our investment firm.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, community. Jorge Rojas here, City Treasurer. Just to bring up a little bit of Antioch's history. This is the first time that actually a treasurer is in front of the council presenting a investment firm throughout all history of the city of Antioch. Nevertheless, my job is to make sure that all tax dollars are well protected for the city, as well as making sure that reports are with transparency, which that's what we're looking for. And nevertheless, tonight, transparency goes from paper to podium. So with that said, I bring Justin Risuelos, our representative from PFM Asset Management LLC, to do a presentation for you guys to understand it better and where we're standing with our investments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Treasurer Rojas, thank you for your time this evening. I'll be going over the investment portfolio for the period ending March 31st, 2025. You now see that presentation on screen. I'm going to try to keep my remarks somewhat brief because I know that I think when I was here last time, I went on for quite a while. I'll focus my economic and market comments on this slide here. It's frankly quite interesting doing market updates for clients this quarter because frankly, the market has been very focused on news coming out of Washington rather than actual economic releases that we see from the market. The hard data still frankly look pretty good. unemployment, jobs numbers, those sorts of numbers still seem to suggest that the economy continues to remain solid. Not really, though, shedding light on where we might specifically be headed. Recent gross domestic product numbers showed growth down for the quarter. We saw inflationary numbers pretty much fall in line with expectations, and unemployment has remained steady at about 4.2% for the past several months. That said, the soft data, consumer confidence, business surveys, things of that nature, frankly, are showing significant deterioration due to the fiscal policy uncertainty and the rollout of tariffs. Consumer confidence has been precarious. It has been 86.7 most recently, down from, or up from 86 points last month. Inflationary expectations are now at the highest levels since the 1980s. At time of printing for this book, we saw in the expectations at about 5%. Those are now off the page at about 6.7% expected, which is now the second highest reading since 1981. The Fed has said that it remains to be on hold, frankly, for hard data. They aren't just going to respond to the tariff policy, which could be inflationary. Chair Powell did say that an increase in inflation is going to be more than what the Fed had been expecting. But that said, with respect to the strategy for the city within the invested corpus, it continues to be quite stable. With rates being where they are at historic highs, while there have been what some participants view as exciting headlines, market reactions have generally been muted, and we've been able to lock in higher yielding securities that are continuing to generate meaningful interest income for the city's investment portfolio. I'll now briefly turn to the yield curve slide here on page 8. You'll see that the prior year-end yields are indicated by the dashed line. The most recent period, March 31st, is indicated by the solid line, and the whole year range is shown by the shaded area here. Yields fell during the quarter. What that means for the portfolio is, despite lower yields, market values on the portfolio rose, and that did help the city's portfolio and performance for the quarter. As of this afternoon, we have continued to see yields increase. So on the short end of the curve, you'll see that we ended the quarter at 4.29% for the 3-month Treasury, and it now stands this afternoon about 4.35, whereas the 2-year, that ended the quarter at approximately 3.88, and as of this afternoon, it was above 4% at 4.02%. I want to now speak to just some snapshot statistics on slide 10 regarding the city's investment portfolio. The managed account balance grew to $117.3 million during the quarter, and that's up by about $2 million from the fourth quarter and also the beginning of that period. Effective duration is approximately 101% of the benchmark that this portfolio is measured against, and that is the 1 to 3 year US Treasury index. Yield at cost, that represents the essential buying yield of the portfolio as you look to the interest and pay downs on the portfolio throughout the life of those holdings. That was approximately 4.49 during the quarter, whereas yield at market was 4.20. That second number represents the amount of yield that would have been generated if we liquidated the portfolio entirely at the end of March. The credit quality on the portfolio is quite good, with approximately 70% of the holdings rated AA and higher, And as I mentioned earlier, the benchmark is the 1 to 3 year US Treasury. So this is a highly liquid portfolio, maintaining the safety, security, the liquidity that we prioritize on behalf of the city. I'll now turn to slide 14, which speaks to portfolio performance on a total return basis. Here you can see during the quarter that $1.2 million in interest was earned. There was a positive change in market value of around $640,000, and total returns of $1.8 million were generated during the quarter, which was in line with the benchmark, which generated also 1.59% for the quarter. I think the key takeaway on this slide is the quarterly interest earnings. You'll notice we have periodic periods, 3-month, 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, 10 year, all showing interest earnings among those periods. If you calculate those on a quarterly basis, we are at highs. So we generated 1.2 million this past quarter, over the past year, 1.1 million, and all the way out to 10 years on a quarterly basis, only around 476,000. So we're now in a higher interest rate environment, and we've been able to generate much higher interest earnings than we have historically. On an accrual basis, this is the final slide I'll speak to in my prepared remarks. You'll see the same interest earnings, but now realized gains and losses on the portfolio. So 1.2 million, again, was earned in interest. We saw $3,000 in realized gains during the quarter, a positive change in amortized cost of around 74,000, and total earnings for the quarter of 1.3 million on an accrual basis. If you go out to 10 years, and our relationship has been much longer than that, since 1995, we've generated for the city $47 million. So we're pleased to continue the relationship, and I'll pause now for any questions.
Yes.
Going back to page 10, one of the concerns I had is the credit worthiness, credit quality, and I noticed that 5% is not rated. Is that junk? Are those junk bonds?
No, I don't believe that's the case. You know, in line with California State Code, those sorts of holdings cannot be held in the portfolio.
So what are they?
I'm looking to the specific holdings now on later slides. I believe what you're seeing are non-rated S&P holdings on this slide. There are other rating agencies, including Moody's and Fitch, that do have public ratings on those 5% that you see on the slide.
And earlier you had some speakers talking and recommending a policy with regards to investment. You are actually managing for the city over $117 million. Are these direct stock purchases?
No, in line with California State Code, we're not allowed to purchase stocks or equities for the city. This is a fully fixed income portfolio consisting of bonds and similar fixed income products.
And you are responsible for actually investing all the city's money? I mean, discretionary?
Yes, we do act as fiduciary for the city. We are an investment advisor to the city.
And so therefore, the laws and rules and regulations would really not permit the city to handpick various stocks to invest in or divest in?
If the city had directions for us, as your investment advisor, we would follow those, but we would certainly advise as to what might be in the best interest of the city.
And as of today, do you invest directly in stocks?
Do I personally?
No, the fund.
Oh, no. This portfolio, again, is not equity or stocks. It's only fixed income bonds.
So when you provide, the types of investment that the cities have, are they primarily government issued?
The majority of the portfolio, looking on slide 10, consists of U.S. Treasuries, approximately 45%, followed by agencies approximating 9%. So the majority of the portfolio is either federally issued or agency backed.
So it's basically on the federal government's credit worthiness and we finance the national debt.
That is, that is the nature of the holdings.
I just want to be clear that it has been our policy, and I hope will continue our policy, that you have a fiduciary responsibility and that you're not picking direct stocks. You actually are investing in the United States government.
In addition to other fixed income asset classes, yes, that's
All
correct.
right, thank you.
Any other questions? I just had one question. So you showed interest earnings for the last quarter of 1.2 million. This is showing how we're looking going backwards, you know, over the past year, 3 years. What is your projection or estimation, if you can say, of what you expect things to do over the next 6 months to a year? If you could speculate on that.
I'll try my best without getting myself in trouble. You know, the portfolio effective duration is 1.77 years. So one might expect that similar levels of interest earnings might be continued for the next, 1.5 years or so.
Okay, because we're locked into those interest rates, correct? Or through our investments, the term of our investments, correct?
Yeah, if these holdings are held to maturity, one would expect that the interest would be approximately the same.
Okay. That's the only question that I had. Anything else? All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I do want to just mention one other person, particularly in the last 6 months or really more in the last 20 years, and that would be Director of Finance Dawn Merchant. She's really kind of the unsung hero. She's always in the background. She doesn't like to be recognized, but because of her, we find ourselves on very good financial ground. I just want to personally, I think, on behalf of us and the community, to really thank you for all your hard work. That doesn't mean you can retire, but thank you for all your hard work.
How many years has Dawn worked for the city? 26.
Zoom in on her.
26. When did you start? When you were 18? Great.
All right, well, thank you, Don. Appreciate it. Our next presentation is the Contra Costa County Antioch Library Update by David Marsh, the Senior Community Library Manager. Welcome, David.
Hello. Mayor, City Council, thank you for taking the time for a library update. My name is David Marsh. I am the Senior Community Library Manager for Antioch Library and Pruitt Library. And I just have a short presentation to share with you. National Library Week was in April, and it just gives us a moment to reflect and update you guys on how things are going in the library. Overall, it's going well. General circulation is up from last year, and that includes books, audiobooks, Wi-Fi hotspots, all the wonderful things we offer. People have really discovered our ebook collection. You don't have to go into the library to read a book anymore or listen to audiobook. We offer things through our website, and you can read a book on your phone or listen to an audiobook. And partially, probably because of the pandemic, things have gone up a lot in our virtual library, which includes the ebook circulation. It's up 18%. Library visits are up also, especially in all of our libraries. But recently in Antioch Library and in Pruitt Library, we have gotten a lot more foot traffic. People feel safe in the libraries, and we've been getting a lot of people back in the library that haven't been coming there. Here are our most popular books from last year. We have some oldies but goodies. Thank You Book by Mo Williams is fantastic. It's not new, but if you have a young child, you probably are familiar with Mo Williams. Dog Band in our middle reader category, very popular. Dave Pilkey also does the Captain Underpants series. For teen reader, we have Divine Rivals and Kristen Hanna, the woman, for adult reader, who's also a very popular author. You might see the rolling reader around. It is his first birthday. It was at Antioch just about a month ago, helping with a story time. They serve Antioch along with a few other communities. And they go around doing outreaches and promoting literacy for our communities. They have an excellent staff. Just last year, they had 13,000 people served, 7,000 books distributed, and issued 175 new library cards. Some of the updates for our digital resources for everyone out there. An O'Reilly database for anyone working on a car. We don't carry the Chilton books as much anymore, but you can always go online to our O'Reilly. All you need is a library card if you're looking for a resource to work in your car. We also have Mango Languages, which teaches foreign languages. And we have consumer reports, once again, at no cost if you have a library card. So anyone out there that's doing their research to buy new things, get a library card. You can go to consumer reports at no cost to yourself and research. We will be hosting lunch at the library, Antioch Library again. We host it at several libraries. They are free meals to anyone under 18 years old, no questions asked. Antioch, Concord, Crockett, El Cerrito, El Sobrante, Pinole, Pruitt, and Rodeo, and San Pablo will be serving these lunches. They're very popular, and you just have to walk in. If you are under 18, you get a lunch. On top of that, we are starting our summer reading right now. We started it this week, or last week. Summer Reading is an all-ages program. It's to prevent the summer slide in reading for kids, but it's grown to much more than that. We'll have a celebration such as performers. We have prizes to give away for completing your reading, and we have a lot of fun activities in the libraries, and that is all throughout the county. But just tomorrow, we'll be having Bay Area Wild at Antioch Library, which brings live animals in the library to teach you about the animals in this habitat. We'll have performers throughout the summer in June and July, and both at Antioch Library and at the Pruitt Library in partnership with the Community Center. We have a few new things going on recently. Concord is Concord Library is experimenting with self-service Sundays. So they're open Sundays for limited hours, and if you go through a class, it's actually orientation. You can go to the Concord Library. There are no staff there, just security, and you have to scan your card to get in. And so far, it's been going on for several months. It's a pilot program, but so far it's going pretty well. There's a possibility of expanding it, but if you are interested in going to a library on Sunday, Concord Library is now open Sundays for limited hours if you go through the orientation to go. We also have our North Richmond Library Lockers and Project Second Chance, which is our adult literacy program, serves a lot of people. We have a bustling crew at the Antioch Library, has turned 40. For the last 40 years, we've connected tutors with adults that need a little bit of a bump in there or want to become better readers. Over in Antioch and at the Pruitt Libraries, we've had some very nice programs. We had the chance to host Felicia Lang's Young Scientists through the Pruitt Library in partnership with the Community Center. It was very well received. We hosted several jazz concerts at the Antioch Library, including Oaktown Jazz, which brought jazz to a story time. So the young toddlers get introduced to jazz, gives a chance for a lot of interaction with the musicians, and it's just a very fun program. And we are hosting them again this month for another program. Like I said before, Project Second Chance has offices in Antioch Library, and we have a lot of students and tutors come in, and it's a very positive atmosphere, and we have a lot of Antioch residents getting help with their reading. We try to offer many different types of programs. We have an ofrenda for Day of the Dead in our display on the current slide, but throughout the year we offer different programs, hiring professional performers to come in, and typically the library offers programs that require no registration, or at least at Antioch we don't require registration, and at no cost to community members coming in. You can just walk in and visit the library and see these presentations by professional performers for no cost. Looking forward to the next year, we are slated for major facility improvements in 2026 for the Antioch Library to bring it up to date as a building. The dates and the exact times are not set, but we will probably have a significant closure because the work that needs to be done is quite significant. As we get more updates for the timeline for that, we'll let you know. Pruitt Library will not be affected by that. It'll just be the Antioch Library as the building gets updated. We had a nice teen furniture refresh. If you haven't been there in a while, we replaced all of our teen furniture with new furniture funded by the Keller Canyon Mitigation Fund. We are working on continuing the furniture refresh, so almost all the furniture will be new shortly. We have the plan in place. We're going to quote, and the whole library will have a nice refresh, and you'll have nice new furniture to sit on in the library. Every Friday, we host 3 wonderful people from the Contra Costa Health Department, and they are there just to connect the community with resources. They sit in our lobby all Friday, and if you have any questions or you need any help, you can come to them, and they are just a wonderful, friendly group of people that will work their best to connect you to the resources that the county has to offer. If you ever find somebody in need, I'd send them to Antioch Library on Friday to talk to our health team. And as I mentioned before, we have free summer lunches beginning, I believe, on the 17th. It's going to go throughout the summer. We have programming and our summer reading program throughout all the summer. It's an all ages program, so you can all sign up. We have prizes, we have raffles, and we have performers. It's a great time to come to the library. If you haven't been there in a while, it's a positive atmosphere. I think you'll be very surprised when you walk in the door how vibrant and wonderful it is for the community. Do you have any questions for me?
Yes.
So I do have a
Councilman
question. So how do people, I assume you have a website, and that will keep people apprised of the times and the events and things of that sort?
Absolutely. We have our website, ccclib.org. On our events page, it has all the events for the entire county, and you can limit it to Antioch Library, Pruitt Library. We also announce many of our events on social media, including Facebook and Instagram also. So if you follow us on Instagram or Facebook, we will usually remind you when an event's going on. But the stable one is the events page on our ccclib.org. That's also the place you can go to access our e-circulation books, our e-books, audiobooks, and all of our databases, such as the O'Reilly database.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from anybody? Thank you for your presentation. You don't have an approximate date for the work that's going to be done on the Antioch Library on 18th Street?
I've been told it's most likely going to be sometime in January is when we're going to close. All the work is still out to bid right now, so we don't have any hard dates.
Can you maybe let us know what types of things are going to be done in there?
Yes. So some of the work being done, and I believe it's funded all by Measure X, is going to be they're going to have to redo the parking lot to be ADA compliant, work on the bathrooms. We're getting a major electrical upgrade throughout the entire building. We also have dry rot in the walls that needs to be addressed. And am I missing anything, Gia? That's the majority of it. A lot of the work is going to be in that parking lot, and the electrical upgrades are going to require them to cut up the floor, is why it's such a major project, and because the electrical is so old in the building.
So the library could be down for a few months, it sounds like, with the...
It could be down for up to 11 months as it's looking right now.
Wow.
We just don't know at the moment.
All right, that's significant. Yeah, Councilman Wilson.
Yeah, that's definitely going to impact our downtown area. I mean, are we going to provide? Are you guys going to provide like a mobile library? I saw your mobile truck. Would that be coming out a little more frequently to that area?
It could
11
come.
months is a long time.
Oh yes, I know. The roller and the reader can serve as a outreach and sign up people for library cards, which I'm sure we'll be doing constantly in Antioch anyways. It's not a book library in itself. It doesn't actually have enough capacity to actually take books that they aren't giving away to all the schools. During that time, Pruitt Library will remain open, so we will have a library open in Antioch. As far as additional services, we will probably be continuing our typical outreaches to schools and different community centers. As far as a set circulation for books in that as a replacement, I don't think we'll have anything as of right now that I know of.
Yeah, I think we should work with the libraries and Nick Rodriguez to help out during the time of this closure renovation, because that's going to be an impact to that community.
Huge, yes.
I was actually going to build on that too, because we all know Antioch Middle School, a lot of the students right after school immediately go to the library. And so I would suggest to the liaison committee between the City of Antioch and the Antioch Unified School District, maybe explore, you know, a particular after-school program using their auditorium or something like that, because I don't think there is another alternative, because parents depend on the library being there. So communicating and, you know, proactively and as early as you can to the school district, particularly Antioch Middle School, and to the parents, because, you know, once you close the library, if they don't know about it, it's going to create a hardship for them.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I was just going to bring up, considering the impact that'll have, having been a principal at Antioch High School for a long time, and I was there when the bond measure passed for the facility improvements that were really necessary. And one of the things that we did is when we developed the library at Antioch High School, they set it up with the contractors so that the fencing to the main administrative office could be shut down, and there could be an entrance to go up to the library so that the school could be open to the community. And I don't know if that was a partnership with the city back in those days, but to me, I would think that the schools potentially could have a partnership to make their libraries have extended hours so families and children can remain after the school day, or their parents can come and see them. Many of the schools have after-school programs. Antioch High School had after-school programs for years. And so anyway, I just think it might be something worth discussing. I think that Councilmember Tamisha Torres-Walker and I can bring that up, because I do know that there could be a shared benefit there for that 10 to 12 months, whatever it may be. I know it's most critical at times, like right now when we come to the summer. If it was closed over the summer, it would be really challenging for students and families with the schools shut down for the summer. So you'd really have to look at what schools are open for summer school, or what partnerships could be developed. So that's something maybe we can entertain with the district leadership as a way of kind of working together on this. I didn't know if you guys have had any conversations about that with the school district, about partnering up with the high school library or any of the other neighboring schools by chance?
Not yet. We, once again, don't have any concrete dates. The work has just gone out to bid. Once we have some set dates, we can start working on different partnerships to try to keep the community not only up to date, but have alternatives for the community.
Yeah, I would suggest that Antioch High School is a neighbor to you. Because I get calls every now and then. We'd have students down there that were misbehaving, and we come down and talk to them and bring them back to campus. But again, we had a number of school programs too, where students would go down there and do programs, projects, and work with elementary and middle school kids there. So I guess John Gimno's the current principal. He's the one that replaced me. And I know that that library was set up in such a way that it could be open at extended hours, or even possibly on the weekend. So I just think talking to the principal there, I know schools, graduation's tomorrow. This is probably not a good time, but maybe after, we get past the summer and get into the beginning of next school year, maybe those conversations could be started.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Question: are these statistics countywide or Antioch? They seem like they're countywide.
That's countywide.
Do you have statistics on Antioch specifically, as far as, for example, how often the van comes over to Antioch and serves our community?
Not on me. I can get them to you though.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. I think it'd be good. And also, I suspect you have information on both libraries, how they both are doing as far as usage and things like that. So I think it'd be helpful for us to have that information as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to consent calendar. Does the city council have any items they'd like to pull? None? Does the community have any items?
Yes, they have requested items I, J, K, and N.
I, J, K, and N as in Nancy?
N as in Nancy.
Okay, so could I get do we have any, can I get a motion to?
Mr. Mayor, I move the remaining consent calendar.
All All right, we have a motion and a second.
Second.
Motion and second, please cast your votes.
Thank you. You have a unanimous vote.
All right, thank you. Item I, a resolution approving freeway maintenance agreement for State Route Highway 4 between Post Mile 25.6 and T 30.5.
Thank you so much. This item pertains to resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to execute a freeway maintenance agreement for State Route Highway 4 between Post Mile R 25.6 and Post Mile T 30.5 with the State of California Department of Transportation. Director Bunting is here to discuss this item.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. On May 24th of 2011, the City Council adopted a resolution approving a freeway agreement between the City of Antioch and the State of California Department of Transportation, Caltrans. The agreement allowed for the adjustment of local streets and roadway systems in order to facilitate the construction of improvements and widening to State Route 4. In accordance with the agreement, the City of Antioch is to assume responsibility and maintenance over the areas affected by the agreement once the improvements have been completed and accepted by the city. The State of California Department of Transportation has notified the city that the improvements are complete and has expressed interest in establishing a freeway maintenance agreement over said limits along State Highway 4 between milepost 25.6 and milepost T 30.5. This agreement supersedes existing freeway maintenance agreements entered into on January 12th of 1970 and March 16th of 1972. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, I believe there's a public comment on that.
Yeah, Leslie May.
Okay, good evening. All I'm gonna say, if there is a cost with this for the city of Antioch, no. Let Caltrans do it. That's their job.
All right, thank you. Director Bunting, is there a cost to us picking up the maintenance on this? Because in the, it just says that the city, we're assuming it, but doesn't identify what that might be.
The city will be assuming those costs. I don't have the estimate on what that will be. I can get that to you soon.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, do we have a choice?
No, sir.
That's right. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I move approval.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
Cast your votes.
Jay.
Motion passes, 5 ayes.
All right, thank you. Consent item number J, approval of a multi-year consultant services agreement for on-call landscape architectural and irrigation design services with Gates and Associates in the amount of $500,000.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. This item pertains to the approval of a consultant service agreement with Gates and Associates for on-call landscape architectural and irrigation design services for a 3-year term ending June 30th, 2028 in the amount of $300,000 with an option to extend 2 additional years in an amount not to exceed $200,000 for a total of 5-year contract not to exceed $500,000.
Mayor, City Council. So the Public Works Department, through the Park and Landscaping Division, strives to maintain the city's landscape areas in a safe and beautiful way, and continues to make ongoing efforts to upgrade and enhance the city's parks, landscape right-of-ways, and facilities for the residents of the city of Antioch. On February 5th of 2025, staff solicited a request for proposals for on-call landscape, architecture, and irrigation design services. On March 19th, staff selected Gates Associates of San Ramon to be awarded a contract for on-call landscaping and irrigation design services on an as-needed basis. Staff recommends awarding the on-call landscape design agreement to ensure future landscape projects are executed in a timely manner for the benefit of the city of Antioch. This is one of 2 such contracts that we'll be discussing tonight, which gives us options to utilize either contractor or consultant.
All right, thank you. And we have public comment on this?
Yes, Ms. Leslie May.
Well, I guess I'll just keep coming up here. We just got through going through this budget fiasco. We have TerraCare. So now you're asking to approve a $500,000 5-year contract with Gates and Associates. And then the next line, you're saying also with Verde Design Incorporated. I am saying TerraCare is enough, and we also have Antioch Public Works that they've been fighting to keep their jobs. I just don't see approving. This doesn't make sense to me. If we are in a budget crisis, then why are we paying out all this extra money when we have people that's already doing it? That's it.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments from council?
Is Representative David Gates here? Well, let me just say, I worked with David Gates because I took care of county parks in the unincorporated area. And so I have a high level of confidence in them. But every time I drive down Deer Valley Road, which is every day, it shocks me that they planted eucalyptus trees and they planted pine trees, which are an extraordinary mess and have been a mess. And then until recently, we actually took out the eucalyptus trees and the pine. I raise that because I think when staff goes through their plans and make recommendations to the city council, we have to be very careful about the impact in the future, particularly with leaves and pine cones and things of that sort. And it looks horrible, you know, many months of the year. So I understand why we need this, but I do think more scrutiny in the type of plantings that we have so it doesn't become a financial issue for us with regards to maintenance and upkeep.
Thank you. And Mr. Bunting, this contract is for irrigation and landscape design, correct? It's not for maintenance, which is what TerraCare does, correct?
Yes, this is a design. This is a design firm.
All right, thank you.
I just want to make, so this is coming out of the general fund? Is that where we're at, or is this coming from a different?
Yes, it comes through the general fund.
It actually identified 3, yeah.
Well, there's 3.
Right.
That's why I'm asking the question.
Right, right. But it was.
Water fund, sewer fund,
I thought it was
And considering all of the work that we've done with general fund reductions, I would just like to know if what I read here is, it leads me to believe that there's other funding sources besides general fund. In order, in order to get my vote tonight for approval, it's going to have to be not requiring general funding to support it.
So some of the funding will be through the gas tax for the medium projects that we have. Some of it will be the water fund. There are some projects scheduled for the water treatment plant that we could pay out of the water fund for that at their facilities. Some of it may have to be general fund, but it's on an on-call basis. We don't have to spend any of this money if we don't have a project. It's to have designers available if projects become available. But some of it will be gas tax. There could be a chance of general fund if it gets approved.
If there are no other questions, I move approval of item J.
a motion, have a second?
Second.
All right, please cast your votes.
Thank you. The motion passes 4-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Rocha voting no.
All right, thank you. Item number K, multi-year consultant services agreement for on-call landscape architecture, architectural and irrigation design services with Verde Design, the amount of $500,000.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. This item pertains to rejecting the bid submitted by JV Lucas Paving, Inc. as non-responsive. Awarding the, what?
No.
No, which item are we on?
We're on
K.
K.
Oh, sorry.
Can we just say ditto?
Sure, if that's, if.
It's the same
We had
situation.
public comment on it.
It's the same thing.
Same public comment?
It's the same.
Okay, all right, thank you. So,
Move approval.
have a second?
Second.
Cast your votes.
I thought I was seeing double.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion passed unanimously.
I
All
am, I
right,
haven't
and
eaten.
item number N, bids for pavement plugs and leveling courses at various locations, project PW 709-2.
Thanks so much. I thought I was seeing double, actually, because I didn't eat, so. Okay, so this item pertains to rejecting the bid submitted by JV Lucas Paving, Inc. as non-responsive, awarding the construction agreement for the pavement plugs and leveling courses at various locations project to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Consolidated Engineering, Inc., and approving an agreement with Consolidated Engineering in the amount of $2,189,924.
Mayor, City Council, this item's before you again. On May 6th of 2025, 5 bids were received for the pavement plug and leveling courses at various locations projects. The apparent low bid was submitted by JV Lucas Paving in the amount of $2,182,500. The project consists of cold planing existing roadway sections, installing asphalt concrete plugs and leveling courses at various locations. Additional work includes adjusting utilities to grade, installing traffic striping, pavement markings and markers, traffic control, and water pollution control. So the contract documents and plans section within the notice inviting bids of the project specifications states that all bidders must purchase a complete set of contract documents from BP Express Reprographics in order to be considered responsive. JV Lucas Paving, Inc. did not purchase a complete set of plans, a complete set of contract documents from BPX Reprographics due to JV Lucas Paving's Inc.'s failure to meet the requirements of purchasing a complete set of plans, contract documents from BP Express Reprographics. Staff recommends deeming JV Lucas's Paving Inc.'s bid as non-responsive and rejecting JV Lucas's Paving's bids for this project. Staff recommends awarding the contract to the lowest responsive bidder, Consolidated Engineering, Inc., in the amount of $2,189,924. Consolidated Engineering, Inc. bid has been checked and found to be without errors or omissions.
Yes, do you have any public comment on this?
Yes, we have 2 public speakers, Leslie May and Casey Curtin.
My concern with this is what locations, because I have been complaining about where I live, where the water does not drain. So when we have the rain, or if people, sump pumps pump the water out from their properties, it just stagnant. It just stops right in front of my house. I have a pool of stinky water because the street is not level where it can pour off into the gutters. So what my concern is, they said various locations, and it just seems like District 1 always gets the shaft, where it always last to get anything. So I'm just concerned where District 1 is in this plan of leveling and paving. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Casey Curtin. I was supposed to pull ours. I don't have anything to say.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. All right, any questions or comments from council? No? Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
All right, have a second?
Second.
Please cast your votes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, we are now on to public hearings. First up, public hearing is item 5, pursuant to Government Code Section 3502.3, Assembly Bill 2561, to receive a report on City of Antioch vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts.
Thank
City
you.
Manager Scott.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. Our Human Resource Director, Ana Cortez, is here to give a report on our AB 2561, our vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts.
All right, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. So I am here tonight to provide the city's annual vacancy report in compliance with Assembly Bill 2561, which is now a requirement for all public agencies prior to final budget adoption. So a little bit about AB 2561. So AB 2561 was signed into law on September 22nd, 2024, and it took effect January 1st, 2025. This law amended Government Code Section 3502.3, and it requires public agencies to assess and report vacancy rates annually. The goal is to increase transparency around staffing levels and ensure agencies are actively addressing recruitment and retention challenges. We're also required to present this information in a public hearing, which we're doing tonight, before adoption of the city's final budget. So in addition to reporting vacancies, bargaining units are allowed to participate in this hearing. If any unit has a vacancy rate that exceeds 20%, and they request it, we must provide further data, including the total number of vacancies in the unit, the number of applicants, the average time to fill the positions, and opportunities for improving compensation and working conditions. So here's a staffing overview for calendar year 2024. In this slide, we can see the staffing overview, and it demonstrates the hard work from the human resources team. There were a total of 93 positions filled citywide. And it is also important to note that out of the 93 hires, 23 were internal promotions. This gave our employees an opportunity to grow within our agency. During this time frame, we filled critical leadership positions, including the city manager, which we have here, Ms. Scott, and the assistant city manager roles. A major focus remains on rebuilding the Antioch Police Department. We made great progress in filling sworn peace officer positions, though we did have, in calendar year 2024, we hired a total of 25 sworn peace officers at all levels. This would include any captains all the way down to police officers. Unfortunately, out of those 25, we did lose 7. So we did have a net total of 18. And citywide, we did lose 54 employees. Let's see. So with the city of Antioch has 7 recognized bargaining units. Out of the 7, as you can see here, we had 3 that had over the 20%, either met the 20% or exceeded the 20% mark. And as you can see here, it's the management unit, the Antioch Police Officers Association, and the Antioch Police Sworn Management Association. The information was provided weeks in advance to the units. However, no request for additional information were submitted by the groups. So one of the commitments that we have made as a city is going forward is to continue our recruitment efforts and also to streamline and modernize our processes. We're also looking at evaluating and implementing retention strategies and also maintaining our transparency and compliance with AB 2561. And now I leave it up for any questions.
All right, this is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Do we have a proponent or an opponent?
I have a card, but they have not stated if they're an opponent or a proponent. Mr. Corey Johnston, are you to speak to this item as public comment or as a proponent or opponent?
We're here to speak on behalf of the CPA to give our insight on vacancy recruitment.
Okay. So
Yeah, without.
So are you guys speaking as a proponent or opponent to this, or you just?
We're just taking, I guess, as much as you go, we have the opportunity to discuss you guys, our issues with recruitment, vacancies, and retention efforts in our bargaining unit.
Okay, so we'll give 5 minutes for this presentation.
both of us live here. I am feeling hopeful with the budget, so I do thank you guys for all your hard work. Which you guys got to do this budget pretty often, so thank you guys very much. Feeling very hopeful. So, and again, before that, I know Bessie's coming to the water treatment plant in about a week or two. We're on the scope review, but we'd like to offer you guys all an invitation individually. Come to our place of work, come meet the staff, see what we do. We have that new RO plant coming online soon, so come take a look, come meet us, and come see the water treatment plant. All right, so this first one is, we have two photos on here. The one on the left is our B plant that can produce 20 million gallons of drinking water a day. On the right, there's a picture of Gavin Newsom. He came up 2 years ago. We're gonna go kind of quick, I don't really only 5 minutes. So we'll just get through that.
We got an organizational overview of the water treatment plant. We have 25 positions, 3 management and bargaining groups, 19 TPEA, 2 APEA, general laborers, and 1 local 3 public works technician. 62% of us water treatment plant do not live in Antioch. 38% of us WTP staff live 45 minutes or plus away because they cannot afford to live here.
So I'm just gonna read through this. So job vacancies, we have 4 vacancies of the 22 non-managerial positions, that's 18%. 3 vacancies are the TPEA, 1 of the local 3. Again, I would read them all, I didn't know we had 5 minutes, but the city's not wanting to recognize.
You know what, Corey, let's add 5 minutes onto the clock, and we'll make 10 minutes for that, sure.
Because we'd like to go through the presentation.
Sure.
Thank you very much. So we'll start back at square one if you don't mind.
Sure, that's fine.
So yeah, 2 years ago in August of 2022, we had the pleasure of having Newsom come up there. He was up there with some fellow assembly members, the old mayor of LA. They came up to check out the new RO plant. This is the first surface water RO plant in the Bay Area, so kind of a big deal. Something we're proud of, put us in the news for something positive. So we're looking forward to getting that online.
And again, we already went over that.
Yep, so the next one. So as far as vacancies goes in our, actually the water treatment plant, we'd like to talk as a whole, we're all a plant. So we have 4 vacancies out of the 22 non-managerial positions. 3 of those in the TPEA. The senior operator's been vacant for 4 months. Our operator has not been fully staffed in 4 years. Our instrument tech's been vacant for a year, and we do have 1 local 3 position, that's our public works technician. That's been vacant for 2 years, and that's never been filled. And then, so the city is not wanting to recognize the general laborers and public works technician as treatment plant employees, even though they do, or even though they are treatment plant employees that should receive the same benefits as the people they work next to every day. So even though they're with us, they aren't really considered treatment plant employees. So we're trying to work on getting them included with us.
You know, let's talk about our retention, time, and positions. I mean, we were a pretty young staff, as you'll see. Our superintendent, Marcus, is only 8 months. Supervisor Chris has been there for 4 months, laboratory. Supervisor Arvona has been there for 1 year. Senior operator vacant, operators, senior operator is vacant, sorry. That has still not been filled. Operators, we have 8, 63% of them have been there for less than 2 years. Our maintenance staff is really new. We have 5, and everybody has been there for less than 2 years in Sprint Tech. We have 1 vacant, 1 there for 6 months, and 1 for less than 3 years. Laboratory assistants we have for less than a year. Our public works administration tech has been vacant, has not been filled, and our general laborers are still under 6 months, both of them.
So as you can see, it's a very young crew. 81% of us have been there less than 5 years. 57% of our staff have been there less than 2 years. But, I mean, that kind of shows retention maybe hasn't worked in the past, but I do know that we do have a good, solid core group now. With the skills we have now, we were able to knock off 2 capital projects off our list. We took it upon ourselves at the water treatment plant to do that ourselves. And like we've said before, we do know that if we pay contractors, it's too much money. All of us up there have the motivation that if we can do it in-house, let's do it in-house, let's save the city money. So I do hope we retain this group we have because it's a good, solid group of individuals. And moving forward, I think it'll be very beneficial for us to keep moving, keep working together. Retention challenges. So no cost of living. Again, after last night, I'm feeling hopeful these aren't going to be issues, but they were brought up. No cost of living adjustment, furlough wages. Again, stuff that we had to hear these last couple of weeks about the budget, but again, with you guys' hard work last night, I'm very confident, very hopeful these aren't going to be issues with us. Things we commonly hear when we're trying to address issues, kind of the old mentality of the water treatment plant, that we're overpaid up here, we work at the clubhouse. But also something that we've heard as new employees is that if you're not happy here, other places are hired.
Yeah.
Like what kind of retention strategy is that? It's not really the best. You don't want to be told to go find another job if you have issues. You want to be heard.
Find reasons too.
Yeah. So these statements create a negative bias towards treatment plant employees in the city that prevents us from receiving fair treatment that is comparable to industry standards. And this mentality is not inclusive and does not create an equitable work environment for the water treatment plant employees at the city of Antioch.
Okay, retention challenge that we've had is competitive wages were underpaid compared to local municipalities, districts, and agency. We have Pittsburgh, CCWD, Martinez, East Bay Mud, Zone 7, Stockton East Water District, Salon Irrigation District, and SFPC. We didn't use Oakley or Brentwood because they do not operate, or they don't produce off of they go off of CCWD.
Yeah, they don't
actually have their own plant.
Yeah, so that's why we didn't include them. And we actually did have a guy come work for us for 6 weeks, and he left to go to Contra Costa Water for more money. So definitely, I know a salary survey we had in the past didn't use these, but I know it's important to use all of these because these are people we can leave to go work for. So they are
Those are direct competitors right here.
So some quick facts about Pittsburgh versus Antioch. Population in Pittsburgh, 76,000. The average household price in Antioch, or in Pittsburgh is 592,000. To live comfortably for a single income in Pittsburgh is $68,000 a year. For a family of 4 to live comfortably in Pittsburgh, that's $102,000 a year. Versus Antioch, greater population, we have 118,000 people, that's 42,000 more. The average household price is $620,000, that's $28,000 more. For a single income to live comfortably in Antioch, it's $82,000 a year. And for a family of 4 to live comfortably, it's about $114,000 a year. And you can see the differences over there. And our focus of this is just the big picture. It's getting more expensive to live in Antioch. And definitely we picked Pittsburgh. It's our neighbor, our closest neighbor. So wanted to give a little comparison.
All right, here we have the Antioch Water Treatment Plant. On our plant, we have 2 conventional water treatment plants, A plant and B plant. A plant does 16 million gallons per day. B plant does 20 million gallons per day. We also have the new RO facility that's rated for 6 million gallons per day. We have Active Flow that has 2 trains that produces 1 million gallons per day each, gives us a total of 2 million gallons per day. We have an elevated tank centrifuge that moves 8 tons of sludge per day, 2 clear wells, A clear well and B clear well, each 1 million gallons it holds. The reason
We have 11 water storage tanks. We have 15 pump stations. 6 of those are on-site, 9 are off-site. 2 of those pump stations are on the Contra Costa Water Canal. 1 is at the river. 8 of those pump stations have emergency standby generators that we're in charge of doing all the PMs, the maintenance, the upkeep. We have the raw water reservoir at the golf course that holds 240 million gallons of raw water. We have 3 emergency interconnections with other agencies. That's Diablo Water, Pittsburgh, and Contra Costa Water. We have 4 major pumping zones throughout the city that we're in charge of managing, and we are a 24/7 operation up at the water treatment plant.
The Pittsburgh Water Treatment, as again, we just want to kind of give what we have, what they have, what they don't have. At Pittsburgh, they have 1 water treatment facility, no RO facility, no Active Flow, no centrifuge, no reservoir, or no, I can't see that.
You're in the way.
Yeah, water reservoir, raw water reservoir. They have 8 water storage tanks, 7 pump stations, and they produce only 3.3 billion gallons of drinking water a year. In summary, Antioch has 1 more conventional water treatment plant, an extra RO facility, 3 more water storage tanks, 8 more pump stations, and we produce 1.7 billion gallons more drinking water per year.
So with that, also we want to shout out to our water distribution. Pittsburgh Water Distribution has 256 miles of underground piping, 20,000 water meters, 1335 backflow prevention devices, 2003 fire hydrants. Us here in Antioch, we have 385 miles of piping, that's 50.3% more than Pittsburgh, 34,000 water meters, 70% more, 2390 backflow prevention devices, that's 79% more, and 3,443 fire hydrants, that's 72% more. So all of us here, we take care of a lot more than Pittsburgh does. It's a comprehensive water structure that we're all in charge of. We work hand in hand with distribution, collections, we're all nothing without each other. So it's definitely a big system, lots of stuff to take care of, so we all do our part.
And bringing all that into a summary is Antioch pay versus Pittsburgh pay, right? Pittsburgh maintenance gets paid 26% more. The instrument techs get paid 26% more. The laboratory assistants are 31% more, and the operators at Antioch do get paid 3% more. But in comparison, we do a T5 to D3 to only, at Pittsburgh, you only need a T3, and our system is so much more comprehensive, and it's a bigger system that we are doing, so.
And that pay for the Antioch is based on, they have a T5. T5 is the highest credited certification in the state of California to have. In 2003, there was only 500 out of 30,000 water operators. So the city's approach for recruitment, even though we had qualified staff taking on the challenges thrown at them by the city of Antioch because of lack of succession planning and the ongoing construction project, when it came time to fill those positions to lead the city of Antioch water treatment plant, they chose to recruit externally. After some time and resources, their selection fell through and they ended up recruiting internally. Succession planning kind of going hand in hand. Ever since Bessie's been here, thank you for making everyone permanent, no more acting positions. That's awesome. Job descriptions are kind of old and outdated. Class B license isn't.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, they're almost there.
Yeah.
Could you just give them a hand?
Sure.
Okay, so back to that last slide, if you don't mind. So we'll go through that one slowly. So succession planning, again, thank you for doing what you've done ever since you've been here. We've got Scott, Public Works Director, permanent, Art Superintendent, Police Chief, so that's awesome. Outdated job descriptions don't really match what we do up there anymore, so it's kind of hard to leverage that compared to other agencies. Limited competitiveness with other agencies due to more stringent requirements. Up there, you cannot hire in above a maintenance 1 without a Class B license. Class B license isn't really relevant to what we do up there, so we do waste a lot of time in trucking school and yearly physicals on Class B license when it's not relevant.
We have no Class B vehicles at the plant.
UST, you cannot go from a maintenance 2 to a maintenance 3 without a UST. And those two, I mean, apart from here, no other agencies, municipalities require those, so that is a little hard to recruit people. And the associate's degree, so for the instrument tech position, we had to pass on people with 20 years IBW experience, instrumentation experience, because they didn't have an associated degree or associate's degree from an accredited university. So stuff hopefully we can look at, maybe eliminate in the benefit of recruitment moving forward. We have no updated MOU. I think all we have is one from 2018 with an amended document in 2021, so a little outdated. And then again, to reiterate, low pay compared to other neighboring municipalities, districts, and agencies. And like we said before, us, collections, distribution, we got a lot of equipment to take care of.
A lot more than most, thanks our neighbors. Inclusion. If opportunity lives here, where does opportunity work? Because if opportunity lives here, it cannot also afford to work here. We want to hear from you, and so we ask, after hearing our presentation, do you believe the city has been successful in creating an acceptable and sustainable model to recruit and retain qualified water treatment plant personnel? Any questions?
All right, thank you. Any other public speakers?
There are no additional speakers to this item.
All right. With that, we will close public hearing and turn this over to the council for any questions or comments. This is a receive and file report, correct? So that's what we're doing here.
Just a quick question for Director Cortez. There was a comment in this last presentation on job descriptions. Aren't you currently going through and updating those, and you're working with the departments?
Yes. So right now, we are doing them as needed. So we're looking at the priority ones, and those are the ones that we're really focusing on right now. But the plan is to overall do like a class study for all of the classifications and update all of them.
Okay. And then he was referring to, he made a reference to no updated MOUs.
Yes, so we have the drafts, so we've sent them. So there's a lot of, we currently have some other bargaining units as well that we're just reviewing, getting the final draft and including everything that's in the TA, in that tentative agreement into the MOU, and we're gonna be bringing it to City Council for the final approval, to have the final document. As they mentioned, we do have right now the MOU with the tentative agreement attached to it. So the MOU still is current per se, that whatever we're working off of is just a tentative agreement that whatever was new that was added is what we're going to be incorporating into the MOUs.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other questions or comments? Yes.
So I'm assuming that for a lot of our unions, we are going into negotiations, is that correct?
That is correct,
What's
yes.
the timing?
So we have 6. We have 2 that are going to expire at the end of August, and then we have 4 that are going to be expiring at the end of September.
And so,
We're already, yes, so we're already communicating with some of the unions. We're going to start working with scheduling some meet and confers.
okay. So a lot of these matters are going to be, discussed as union issues in negotiations. Most people think it's only about COLAs, but it really is working conditions, job specifications, and things of that sort, which sometimes plays a more important role in union negotiations. And I'm certain that the union members will keep us individually and collectively aware of how negotiations are going.
All right, yes, Councilmember Torres Walker.
I have some questions related to the staff report around vacancies, but I'll reserve those for my one-on-one with the city manager. But thank you for, Anna, for putting together this to come to council for review. I also want to just thank the presenters tonight from the water treatment plant. I actually did go, like, in 2021, so maybe I'm overdue for another visit. I'm sure a lot has happened since then. So super excited to go back and see how I get clean water.
I believe I was with you at the
Yeah,
time.
yeah. I was like, I don't really care how the sausage is made as long as my water is drinkable. But it was fun. I do want to, like, everything you all said was correct. Thank you for all of the data and the information. And just also around the approaches to recruitment. You won't be the first to have complained about these actual issues, not just recruitment, but also retention and morale. Also, the money that's wasted on consultants when people are ultimately just brought up from within, which has been a practice. Also, no succession planning. That was an issue when I came in 2021 across departments. Outdated job descriptions. I think we should all be concerned that people are being hired in job descriptions that aren't up to date, given that, like, we don't know when they were created. I think Councilwoman Wilson said last night that HR or one of the departments is still working off policies from 1973.
Yeah, personnel policy.
Personnel policy. 78. Sorry, 78. Those need to be addressed. One of the things I do want to raise up are also the stringent requirements. You aren't the only ones who have complained to me about that. We have been requiring people to have associate's degrees, master's degrees, and bachelor degrees, and we often hire those people, and they have not been the right people. So even though they have a degree, it's required in the job description for them to get the job. We pass over somebody, most often we pass over an individual that is far more qualified just because they don't have a degree, and then we hire people with a degree, and then we find out later, and it costs us because they ultimately didn't work out with the city and had to leave anyway. So I would like to see something happen around not just the water treatment plant, but the city overall, to consider that requiring a degree you might actually be losing great talent, given you've already hired people with degrees and they haven't worked out.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I appreciate the speakers and giving us the information you provided. I, too, would like to come and take a tour sometime. I don't live far from where you're at. One thing I would like to say, being new to this team, I think that one of the things that we're trying to do is do a reorganization, if you will, with new leadership. And, having come from the Antioch Unified School District, one of the values that I believe paid great dividends for us at Antioch High School is many of the employees that we hired worked through the ranks into seats, and they became leaders in their own right. One of the things I was proud of, all my vice principals went on to become principals. A lot of my teachers became teacher leaders and then moved into whatever path they chose. So I do think that as we look forward, I know from talking to City Manager Scott that that is a view that she has and that we share to build within and to strengthen. I was impressed with how you sound like you have a young team of people who are starting to find your way and developing, a team, if you will. And so I'm a big believer in supporting that work. And so hopefully we can work together to strengthen not only your section of work, but other employee groups throughout the city. And as Councilmember Freitas stated, bargaining units, that's the time when you sit down in negotiations to hash out whether it's a financial plan, COLAs, or if it's work conditions and requirements and things like that. So that's where I would highly recommend that you share the responses you gave us tonight, because that would be the appropriate place to do it, so that maybe you can get some action and some agreements established. So again, thank you for the time and thank you for the work that you do.
All right, quick question for city manager and the HR director. The overall, what's the overall vacancy rate here? Do you have that number? Because this is broken down by bargaining unit as opposed to just the city overall.
And are you asking the current or for
Well,
2024?
and my other questions, what's the date of these numbers?
This was in January.
So this is January
Yes.
2025? Okay, so that's what that was. So it'd be good to have an update, just kind of where we are currently for this budget, and then also just the overall vacancy rate in the city.
Okay.
That'd be helpful, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I actually was just gonna say the same thing, because when I look at those numbers, those are the numbers that I saw during the election season, and I know that those numbers have decreased, and it'd be nice to know where we're at mid-year. And so, anyway, we can get those numbers up to date, where we're at. It'd be nice to see the progress we've made from where we were in January.
All right, and I too like to thank you all from the water treatment plant. I see Gavin, you were talking about a lot of younger folks, but he's been there a while. So he kind of skews the curve on your numbers, but yeah. But I just thank you for your presentation. It was well done. All right. On to next item. Public hearing for the ranch, Phase 2. Turn it over to
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. The applicant, Richland Planned Communities, is requesting approval of Phase 2 of the ranch project. The ranch is bound by Empire Mine Road to the west and Deer Valley Road to the east by Kaiser Medical Center. Phase 2 consists of 213 residential lots, parkland, open space, landscaping, and an internal roadway network. Necessary entitlements for Phase 2 include a vesting tentative subdivision map, use permit, and design review. The ranch project, totaling 1,177 units, was approved by the Antioch City Council on July 28, 2020. Zoe Meredith, Planning Manager, will introduce a consultant from Rainey Planning and Management that served as project manager for the project. Thanks, Zoe.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. So we have Kevin Valente up here from Rainey Planning and Management, and he was the project manager for this project and will present the slideshow. So.
Yes, excuse me. Thank you, Zoe. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, I'm Kevin Valente, Senior Planner with Rainey Planning and Management, and I was the contract planner on this project. I also have Cindy Ganos from my company. She's the Senior Vice President of Rainey Planning and Management here. She has a lot of the knowledge and background of the Southeast area, focus area and the project itself, just in case there's some detailed questions on the background, we can have her come up and help us. So the project location, the entire project area is known as the ranch, which consists of approximately 550 acres. It's located within the Sand Creek focus area in the southeastern portion of the city and is zoned planned development. The ranch project site is currently occupied by a cattle grazing operation and single-family residence and a number of barns and outbuildings. There are 3 proposed phases for the overall project. Phase 1 is in the purple area, Phase 2 is in the blue, which is before you tonight, and Phase 3 is the orange area, which is a future entitlement. In July 2020, the Antioch City Council approved the ranch project, which included certification of the EIR, the general plan amendment, a rezone, a master development plan, design guidelines, a resource management plan, and a development agreement. The overall project includes a total of 1,177 residential units. In June 2023, the City Council approved Phase 1 entitlements, which included amendments to the PD guidelines, a master development plan, a vesting tentative subdivision maps, use permit, and design review. Phase 1 itself includes 440 residential units, the 5-acre village center, and a future fire station site. The proposed project for you tonight requires a vesting tentative subdivision map, use permit, and design review. Phase 2 consists of approximately 78 acres. The subdivision map includes 213 low-density residential lots, 13 acres of parks, and 11 acres of open space. The proposed project would include the construction of an internal roadway network throughout the Phase 2 area. Interior streets would all include curb, gutter, and sidewalks, and the extension of Sand Creek Road to Dallas Ranch Road would be a 4-lane roadway, and would serve as a primary access into the project. The Sand Creek Road improvements were detailed in the development agreement that was approved in 2020. A use permit is also required for the project pursuant to the Antioch Municipal Code for any phase of development within the PD Plan Development District. A design review is also required for the proposed project for conceptual landscaping, parks, and the open space. The landscape plan includes tree-lined streets and several parks and open space areas throughout the Phase 2 area. Here's the main park and open space area with playground equipment, landscaping and walking trails, and the open space would be kept largely in its natural grassland condition with periodic maintenance for weed control and also to establish and promote native seasonal wildflowers. Staff has determined the preliminary landscape plans for Phase 2 are consistent with the adopted design guidelines and the objectives in the adopted master development plan. The Antioch Engineering Division provided draft conditions of approval related to construction, site and project design, utilities, and landscaping. A consistency checklist was prepared to ensure that the development of Phase 2 of the ranch project is consistent with the project that was analyzed in the certified 2020 EIR. The consistency checklist determined that the development of Phase 2 would not result in any new or significant impacts beyond what was reviewed in the certified 2020 EIR. Therefore, would not require additional environmental review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. In addition, development of Phase 2 area would have to comply with all applicable mitigation measures from the previously certified EIR. As a result, additional environmental review is not required for this project. On May 7th, 2025, the Antioch Planning Commission held a public hearing for the project, and during that public hearing, Planning Commission had questions regarding the open space areas and shading along the walking trails. There was one member of the public who spoke and expressed concerns related to new development adjacent to the existing residences to the north. And after discussion, the Planning Commission did recommend City Council approval of all the requested entitlements. As a result, staff is recommending that the council approve the requested vesting tentative subdivision map, the use permit, and design review for the Phase 2 of the ranch project. That concludes my presentation. I can answer any questions you have, and the applicant team is also here to answer any questions.
This is a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing. Do we have an opponent or a proponent for this project? We have the proponent here. You'll be given 10 minutes for your presentation. Sorry.
There we go. I'm going to probably duplicate some of the things, but want to highlight a couple of issues, and I'll try not to use all of my 10 minutes. You want to click it to the first item? Okay. Back one. Back over. Don't touch. You know, there's a lot of history in the staff report, goes back way before my day. But I want to start in 2020 when we got what I consider our base entitlements. The rezone, general plan amendment, we got our DA. We approved the plan development guidelines at that time, but we did not process any tentative maps in 2020. So since that time, we processed our Phase 1 map, which had 440 lots. That was approved in 2023. And what you have before you today is our Phase 2 map. As you can see in the map, Phase 1 and 2, when put together, constitutes all the project we have north of the creek. And we kind of see it more as a Phase 1A, 1B. They may go together, they may go in a couple of different pieces, but our Phase 1 infrastructure will support most of that development. The project is split up in 3 phases, 1,177 units. The Phase 3 tentative map has been submitted to the City Planning Department for review. Hopefully we'll be up here to see you in about 3 or 4 months on that one. Phase 2 map, this is where is kind of our meat and potatoes. This has all of the standard low-density single-family residential in it. We have some oversized lots on the very north border of the project up against the existing development. We added 20 feet to the depth of all of those lots, all in an effort to try to create more separation between the new homes and the existing homes. It's our effort to be a good neighbor. We did this in the Phase 1 map as well. The project altogether is 551 acres, of which 45% is in open space. And of that, the majority of it is in the Sand Creek corridor, which runs right through the middle of the project. And within that corridor, we have our bike trail. We have over 6 miles of trails that run both on the north and south side of the creek. And then within that trail system, we have these areas which we call respite areas, and they're pull-offs off of the trail in key kind of vista areas. And there'll be benches and shade structures in those. We also have our kiosk program, which is an educational program. We have them all throughout our trail system, and it'll have educational information about the type of habitat that's in the Sand Creek corridor. We have some protected species that live there, so we'll have information about that. And then some history about Antioch and what is, within the region. We have some very interesting things with Judsonville and things like that. And so that'll all be part of our trail system. You can see an example kind of in the middle there of the kiosks. And so in Phase 2, we have one of these respite areas. It happens to be the one respite area that is not accessed by a paved trail. Reason being, it sits on the top of a knoll. Certainly not something we want to pave and have skateboarders going down and they'll end up landing in Brentwood or somewhere. This is a steep area, so it's going to have a DG trail, but once you hike up there, well worth the effort, because this is the high point in the project. You look down over the Sand Creek corridor, great vista of Mount Diablo, and great place to take in the sunsets up here, which will be beautiful. I made it in half a minute. I wish I could bank it for later, but we're here. I've got our civil engineer from CBG Engineering, Justin Joseph, and we're also blessed to have my boss, our Vice President of Development, Craig Christina, is here with us. So hopefully between the three of us, we can answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you. Do we have an opponent to the project? We do have an opponent. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have 3 speakers wishing to speak to this item. I have Sadeko Whittington, Eric Haynes, and Adrian Avila. You can approach the microphone. You'll have 3 minutes.
Or 5 minutes.
5 minutes, apologies, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Sadako. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm really excited. This is the first, I've been in a lot of city councils all throughout the Bay. And this is the first city council where, just from observing, the members of the council are really invested in what's being expressed to them. They're really in tune. I observed the questions that you asked, so I really know that you're paying attention. So I like to start by saying ability is nothing without opportunity. And the reason why I say that is because I've been on the news, Sadako Whittington, in the news articles, because I did 15 years in prison for armed robbery. And it was my second time going to prison. And on the second time, when I finally found out who I was, right, in my own personal value, I decided that I wanted to become the right person to get out, right, and work legally, honestly. When I paroled to the Volunteers of America Parolee Center in Oakland. And I had written the sprinkler fitters, Local 483, who I'm a member of now. And they weren't open at that time when I got out. But I dreamed for like the first 3 years before my parole how my life would be if I got in the union. 40 hours times this is where I would be at. And so I wasn't able to get in immediately because they were closed. And so I went into the laborers. And they had a project similar to this. It was the Oakland Naval Base. And they rallied and they supported local hire. They supported union members to work. And what that did is I was like the last of 10 workers out of 70 because I was an Oakland resident at that time. It gave me self-confidence, and it gave me a backbone to stand firm, to stand strong, to keep my head up. So I eventually got into the sprinkler fitters. I did a 5-year apprenticeship. After that, I started running work. I then became an instructor in my union. And I'm a part of Chabot staff. I'm also in an instructor's program. I graduate in like another year and a half with a teacher credential, and I'm a service foreman now. So I come to places like this and I look for deficiencies or weak points in your system, and then we correct them. I went to the water treatment facility, which I enjoyed. I took a personal tour with them, right, just for my interest. But I say that to say that I'm in support of this, and I ask that you really support it, because just think, I did 15 years straight, and when I came home, I didn't even know how to properly read a measuring tape. I had to YouTube it. And if I went anywhere else, they would say, oh, well, do you have any experience, or do I know anybody? Which I didn't, right? But the unions, they saw a value in me. As long as I had a license and I could show up, right? And of course I had to test and I had to interview, but it gave me an opportunity to get on a job, gainful employment, along a career path without having prior experience. I couldn't go to a plumber's, shop. I couldn't go to an electrical company without having experience, but your ability to do so is nothing if you don't have the opportunity. And I stand before you, I implore you to support this project, because what it does is it allows people like me, so when I'm driving here, from here picking up my son at Carmen Dragon, I could point to that building and say, or that house in development and say, I had something to do with that. And he gets prideful, he's like, Daddy, that's your work right there? Yeah, that's my work. And just a quick note before I leave, before I had got into any union, before I was able to get into the laborers and then the local 483 sprinkler fitters, I applied for Home Depot. And I just wanted to put some money in my pocket for the weekends, And they told me that I only qualified for a lot attendant to get the carts, and I still didn't get the job. So it's decisions like this right now before you, right? Your support that enables me and others like me to be able to change our life, right? To be able to make a difference. And so I really implore you, I thank you. And even though I'm nervous, I'm always nervous. I don't know why I speak so much when I'm nervous, right? But I stand here to speak for those that don't have a voice, right? There are those that don't have the strength to come up here, and it's a lot of us, right? And so as of August this year, it'll be 11 years since I've been home, and it's been an amazing journey, and I thank you for hearing me out and considering this. Thank you.
All right, thank you for sharing the story.
I don't know how you follow up with that one. Doc always, he is an amazing individual, and like he said, without opportunity. And with this project, first of all, I'm Eric Haynes. I'm a business representative with Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. I think most of you know me. And I really appreciate how this council has taken care with labor and taken care with these projects. One thing that always gets overlooked when people talk about community benefits is the workforce. The park sounds amazing, the trails sound amazing. I really think, number one, I haven't heard of many projects like that in this area in my career that have that attention to detail with the little kiosks and all the information. That's amazing. But they've also paid attention to detail with the workforce that they're going to be using for the mechanical crafts. What that does is it gives the opportunity for the youth and the disadvantaged individuals of this city of Antioch the opportunity to get into state-approved apprenticeship programs. What that means is you have skilled and trained labor workforce being fostered in Antioch and in Contra Costa County, because we do have a lot of agreements throughout the area. What that does is it helps them build the product the best that they want to build it, and the best for the citizens and residents of Antioch. This project is going to keep, this project's going to keep development close to the other projects and keep from sprawling too far into the foothills, which is important. But it's also taking care with the parts of the environment that are fragile, that they are surrounding. This project will be, it'll provide the workforce-related community benefits. Hundreds of area residents will be employed in this construction. This will include many apprentices who, as I said, are going to be enrolled in centuries-old apprenticeship programs like ours. That means more opportunity for Antioch, East County youth, at-risk workers to gain entry into career pathways that put them firmly in America's middle class. This is a smart project providing good and local jobs. I encourage you, and I'm pretty confident that you're going to do the right thing tonight and move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Burnell and City Council members. My name's Adrian. I am a Sheet Metal Workers Local 104 member and also a resident of Antioch. One of many who live here and a few that are present here today. We need this housing. We also need to support the developers that are ready to start building the project at a reasonable amount of time. I appreciate that this developer has made a commitment to have local construction workforce build the project. To me, that's important because, like myself and many others in construction, most of our work is in the Bay Area, San Francisco or Sacramento. We're commuting 3+ hours a day, and opportunities like this gives us the opportunity to be in town, to spend more time with our family, right? Participate with our kids' activities, and it helps us in that manner, right? Something we would really appreciate. I feel like this project has a lot of benefits for Antioch, right? Myself, I love going trail hiking. I could use those new paths, right? Beautiful homes, and I'm just asking for your approval and support for this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment?
There are no additional speakers.
All right, I will close the public hearing. Turn this over to the City Council for any questions or comments of staff or the applicant.
Mr. Mayor, under full disclosure, I just want to indicate to you that in 2016, I was approached by representatives from Richland and asked to come on board as a consultant to provide a community perspective. And of course, part of that was 10 years of being on the council as a council member, 8 years as the mayor, and getting the general plan approved. It was an incredible experience to be on the other side and working with Richland. And some of the comments that were made underline why it was such an incredible experience. They hired me to provide the community perspective, and I pushed it for all it was worth. I thought, you know, this is an opportunity. Sometimes they were groaning a little bit, but you know, their commitment from the very beginning is, look, we are a developer, but we want to be a good neighbor. And so we started to talk about several of the issues. One of them, I said, look, you need to accept and approve a project labor agreement. This is 2016. At times, PALs were still very controversial, and there were fights between the associated contractors and other people. And Richland did not hesitate at all. Once we talked about it and explained it, they embraced it. Instead of saying, you know, let me fight it, they said, well, how do we do it? And so it really, I'm very happy with some of the speakers that came forward because it really was the beginning, I think, of a good partnership in our community. The other, you know, was the fire station. You know, I said, you know, there were some controversies with regards to siting that fire station, its location, its costs. And again, I said to them, don't fight it. embrace it, and with some discussion, some debate, they did. And so in this project, we have community facilities for both fire as well as police. So we actually, you know, back in the 2000s, you know, we had a moniker that basically said development has to pay its own way, and Richland never faltered from that. And, you know, it was about police services. It was about fire services. It was about, you know, bringing local jobs with local employees in this area. And I want to just, you know, highlight one of the things that is probably even more important today than we realize. It's on C7 of our material, and I just want to underscore it. It's 2.69, additional funding for economic development. Despite city efforts to encourage employee-generating uses in the Sand Creek focus area in particular, the city continues to maintain an imbalance between the number of housing units and available, you know, high-quality jobs in the city. In furtherance, the city's efforts to encourage economic development and employment-generating uses in the city, developers shall pay $2,500,000 to the city to be used for economic development purposes in the city, and the most important part, in the city's sole and absolute discretion. So they were not going to dictate to us. They were simply going to cut checks to help us bring, you know, the housing with economic development. In this particular case, the economic development payment shall be paid in doable and three equal payments due at the following triggers. It's the first final map, the 250th building permit, and the 500 residential building permit. So here it is. It was kind of farsighted, and it was a collaborative effort. And I think that these funds, when they are provided to the city, will play a more important role than we have ever were able to, you know, think about and guess what they might happen. The other, again, we had some earlier developments this year, and I want to also understand that one of the conditions that they have is the missing link on Sand Creek Road, not the map that you saw on the project, but actually Sand Creek from Brentwood to Deer Valley Road. And part of the reason why this was discussed and ultimately put into the project is because of health considerations. Getting an ambulance from Brentwood, Antioch to Kaiser Permanente Hospital. And so we are very close. I know that there's a trigger for that particular activity. It cannot happen fast enough because we are in desperate need to finalize the design, particularly on the turnabout, so that we can finally have linkage between eastern Contra Costa communities. And for someone like myself who has suffered a heart attack, getting to that hospital in time is critical. And so I'm excited about this project on so many levels because it answers so many of the needs that we have in our community. Now, personally speaking, I'm really waiting for phase 3. And phase 3 is the senior portion of this project. And I thought back then, gee, I hope I live long enough, you know, that phase 3 is built. And, you know, I might live long enough to see phase 3 built because it's going to be an incredible addition to our community. So I think overall this has been a very long process, a very expensive process, you know, for Richland, and they never, ever faltered from their commitment to participate and become a partner in our community. So I know there may be other questions, but frankly, you know, would be more than happy to make the motion that we proceed and get on with it, and hopefully we can start building in fall and start to reap some of the things that we talked about, you know, back in 2016, and here it is 2025, almost 10 years. So I'm excited for this project. I think it will be an extraordinary addition to our community.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo some of Councilman Freitas' comments. One of the things I would like to say, and I believe we may have had a relationship with Richland when I was at Antioch High School. We passed a bond measure in 2010 to modernize the historic campus that was open in '55. And one of the nice things that we had a PLA agreement with that construction project. And one of the nice things, being a principal, being local, having grown up here, I can't tell you the number of times that I had employees that were working on the project in the trades that would stop me or wave at me and tell me, hey, my son goes here, or my daughter goes here, you know, and it's great to be able to work in my community. So there's so many benefits that come to projects that have local hire written into those agreements. In fact, we had an engineering academy that's still working today, where students are introduced to the trades. And I think that's where I may have crossed paths with Richland, because our students would, in the engineering construction design academy, would have the trades come in and show them how to design all the different, whether it was sheet metal, whether it was electrical, plumbing, et cetera. And then these students would come out graduating and would have kind of a pipeline to the apprenticeship programs that have been described. So to me, there's a lot of good reasons to support this. And so I'll give a second to your motion. I don't know if there's any comments after that.
Yeah, any comments? Councilmember?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this project. I really want to just give a shout out to, I believe it was Sudoku. I pronounced that right? That was just an amazing testimony of how critical project labor agreements and local hire are for our folks. And because it provides opportunities. Like we live in this, we got opportunity lives here right behind us, but there are individuals who won't get an opportunity to have a good paying job because of their background. And the fortunate part is that those barriers rarely present themselves in labor. And so I appreciate, you know, Sudoku and all the speakers from skilled labor tonight. I supported this because of the PLA. Like, skilled labor is so important to have on projects. Local hire, that's important to me. That's why I've supported. The intergenerational piece was also amazing. I'm not gonna lie. I really liked that. Cradle to the grave. But it's quality. But it's quality. It's quality along the way. So you know, it's really nice. I was also impressed with the fire station as well as police services being directly linked. Yeah, fire and police services being directly linked. I think that makes a lot of sense as a growing city. Like, we're not ending. Our numbers are only gonna go up. And so it makes sense that we would increase those services in the city, even if it's through development. And one of the other major reasons why I support this project is because it's supported by environmental justice groups. And I think it's important. Like, when I came to Antioch, I think there was this huge fight around development, and these were some of the projects that came up. But I believe this project was supported by those environmental justice groups, which was also one of the driving factors for me being able to just honesty and morally support this project, that it wouldn't do no environmental harm. So I really appreciate that as well. And so I will support this project and all the opportunities it provides.
Wait for phase 3.
Intergenerationally.
Let me just, Craig is here, but the person that you were talking about who was a staff member was Aaron Ross Swain. And Aaron was very involved in the community, and he went several times to Antioch High School in the trades. He also helped raise money, and Richland also paid for money for a lot of the equipment that was used in the trades And so again, I mean, they were very involved in schools and the community and things of that sort. But Aaron was the person who actually, you know, represented Richland and participated.
Councilman Wilson?
Well, I guess I'm wrapping this up. I definitely support this project. I think it was like one of the first projects shortly after I first got elected to council that came to me. And there was a bunch of parts of this project that really interested me. I like the fact it's kind of a blend of different products. I'm really appreciative on the front end, the medical space for the medical center that you guys had incorporated into the project, the blend of different type of housing projects, smaller, larger as you got back, and then the phase 3, which actually I qualify to live in phase 3. So this was a great project. I remember, I remember connecting with Aaron Ross Swain pretty early, and I remember him coming to me. He's like, "Do you know somebody in the community that can help us get connected to the community?" I'm like, "I got your person, Don Freitas." And so Don was able to help them through it, and I was really appreciative how they worked with the community through ups and downs. Was able to make adjustments. You guys didn't dig your heels in the ground, and so this is what we're building. You know, if you don't like it, then tough. It was it very much worked with the community that did come out and voice their concerns. So I really appreciate that. And the project, any development that comes in with a project labor agreement, it always will have my stamp of approval. So, been a long time coming. Only request if we can get, I don't know if we're too far along, if we get some more affordable housing in there, because we did have a group earlier today say, we work in Antioch and we can't afford to live here. So I'd love to get some more affordable product in there. So a lot more of our workforce can afford to live here. But I'm definitely I'm a yes on this project. It's been a long time coming, and looking forward to seeing it come to fruition.
All right, I just have a couple questions now about the project, okay, instead of all these glowing compliments about how wonderful Richland is. And it is a great project, and I know it's been a long haul to get here. First question is, how close, and I don't know if you can answer it, maybe staff, how close are we to getting the phase 1 plans approved so we can start construction?
Yeah, we submitted those improvement plans in January of last year. So we're probably at 98%.
There it goes.
There we go. So we submitted the plans in January of last year. This is for the backbone, which includes the offsites, the Sand Creek, the missing link. It builds that. It builds everything we need to get the first really 600 lots going in the project. I'd say we're at 98% complete. I think we've been there for probably 6 months. So we've got a couple loose items. I think it's always a couple of loose items that have been holding us up, but we're very close.
So I mean, can we get a month away, 2 months away? I mean, are we gonna break ground this year, I guess is my question.
Good evening. Yeah, we're working with the designer on the project. The plans are going back and forth. I'll find out a little bit more about it tomorrow and find out exactly where they are. In terms of breaking ground, we'd love to see it happen. It's going to be up to the developer to see how quickly this project will get going, installing the backbone facilities. But we're going to do what we can to get these plans back to them and get the project at least in the developer's hand to move forward.
Okay, perfect. And yes.
Can you let us know, keep us apprised, because 6 months is an awful long time to be at 98%.
I agree.
I don't get it.
I don't either. And we're going to find out a little bit more about that, and we'll be able to report back to you.
Please.
Okay, thank you. And then so of the first phase of work, will that be part of the connection of Sand Creek Road from the east terminus out to Deer Valley?
Might be one for the developer in accordance with the DA. It's the 421st building permit that triggers that road needing to be built, which is almost the completion of phase 1. So hopefully the developer will phase it a little bit differently to get the backbone infrastructure in place a little bit prior to that happening.
So I see I see the developer, Mr. Masters
let
behind
me
you shaking his
put
head.
this on the record and get hung by it. We fully intend, first off, a sewer line that serves the whole project comes down that same alignment that's in the offsite Sand Creek Road. And by building that, we have to build a road on top of it to give it access. We'll build at least 2 lanes of that offsite section of Sand Creek. We're working with Kaiser right now about getting into their, how we're going to egress, all the details about, because their emergency center comes off of that road. So we're working on all those details. And that will get built with our very first piece of improvements. Could be 4 lanes. We may build it all. That's really going to be a business decision at the time. But at a minimum, we'll get 2 lanes and then the full traffic circle built as part of the first part of the improvements.
Okay, good. And then I also know that you have East Contra Costa Regional Fee and Financing Authority to help pay the cost of that, which should hopefully help expedite it.
And the city has helped us get that included as a fee credit, and so that'll help out a little bit for some of our fee credits with ECRFA.
Okay. This might be for you and for staff. So I notice it mentions 13 acres of parkland, but when I look at the plan, it says there's 2.3 acres of landscape, of developed parkland. So my past experience has been parkland is land that's fully developed, and then the other is open space or passive use.
Passive, yeah.
So I just want to clarify if we're talking about how much developed parkland are we talking about for this project?
Yeah. Do you have those
2.3
numbers
acres
in your stuff?
Yeah, it's 2.3 acres of manicured or maintained parkland.
Okay, and so for a project of this size, not just this, but the whole project, 1,100 units or 1,177, it should have like 15 acres of parkland.
I'll jump in here real quick. Sorry, Kevin Scudero, principal planner. The 2.3 acres was of landscaping. I believe that was the project landscaping, and then 13 acres of parkland for this phase only.
Like developed parkland?
Yes, I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Per the
okay.
tentative map.
Just wanted to make sure we weren't
using
that interchangeably with a passive area.
Right. I think when you talk about the landscaping, it's more project landscaping for the project, not necessarily the parkland separate, the 13 acres.
Okay, perfect. And then also, this is back to the infrastructure. So Dallas Ranch Road's going to connect to the current south terminus and tie back into Deer Valley and Sand Creek.
Correct. That's part of this tentative map that you have in front of us today. That's the condition in it to make that final connection.
And do you know the approximate timing for that?
Market slowed down a little bit, but hopefully here in the next 2 years, we'll be at a point where that's triggered and it can be built, but it could be in that 2 to 4 year time frame.
Okay, perfect. And that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the vesting tentative subdivision map, the use permit, and design review for phase 2 of the ranch. We have a second. Please cast your votes.
Thank you, Mayor. The motion passed unanimously.
All right. I would like for us to take a 10-minute break. I know it's late, but so everybody can stretch their legs for a second before we start the next public hearing. So we'll be back at 10:05. All right, welcome back from our recess. It's 10:09 p.m. Madam Clerk, could you please take the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Wilson?
Here.
Torres Walker?
Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Freitas?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Rocha?
Here.
Mayor Bernal?
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
All right, the third public hearing for tonight, third and last, is on Jessica Court multifamily project.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I forgot I was up. All right, the applicant, is it Shunya LLC, is seeking approval of a tentative subdivision map, design review, variance, and tree removal for the Jessica Court multifamily project located at Jessica Court and Oakley Road. The proposed project includes 82 residential units, a community center, parking, and landscaping. Zoe Meredith, our planning manager, there she is, will introduce the consultant from Rainey Planning and Management that served as project manager for the project. I think that's you. Yeah, you're right there.
Yeah, I don't know if I need to reintroduce, but Kevin Valente is here again to present this project, so he has a PowerPoint that he should be giving.
Great, thank you. Hello again. Yes, I was also the contract planner on this project, assisting with the city. The approximately 3-acre project site is located east of Oakley Road and Phillips Lane intersection. The vacant site includes scattered trees and shrubs and an existing PG&E utility easement along the northern project boundary for existing overhead power lines. The project site is surrounded by existing single-family homes to the west, single-family and multifamily development to the north, and an existing church to the east with vacant land to the south. The project site consists of 10 parcels that are all currently designated and zoned high-density residential. In 2023, as part of the city's 6th cycle housing element process, the city identified this site for future multifamily housing. The proposed project includes the development of three-story buildings totaling 82 residential units with a 2,554 square foot community center and 144 parking spaces. The 82 residential units would consist of 36 one-bedroom units, 36 two-bedroom units, and 10 three-bedroom units. The community center would include a community room, 2 offices, a mailroom, lobby with workstations, bathrooms, and a fitness center. All residential units are currently proposed to be renter occupied. However, the project includes a request for a tentative tract map for condominium purposes, which could allow for the possible future sale of each residential unit. Each proposed building would be 3 stories and approximately 45 feet tall. The architectural style of the proposed residential buildings would be contemporary in design and would incorporate a stucco and board and batten exterior with varying color palette. The proposed project includes a 6-foot-tall wrought iron fence with vehicle gate and a 7-foot-tall wooden fence along the property boundaries. As a result, the project includes a variance request and deviation from the objective design standards to allow for the proposed fence within the setbacks. The project site is physically limited by topographical and physical conditions that make placing a fence at the required setbacks more difficult than it would be for similar sized and zoned properties in the vicinity. Therefore, staff does support the requested variance. The project site includes scattered trees that would be removed as part of the proposed project. However, the project site does include 1 protected tree, an existing coast live oak tree that is identified for removal. Therefore, the proposed project includes several replacement trees throughout the project site. The project application was routed to city departments and outside agencies for review. Comment letters have been provided by city engineering staff, PG&E, Contra Costa County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, and the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District. These comments were incorporated into the proposed project where applicable and have been included as conditions of approval, which would be implemented as part of the improvement plan prior to building permit approval. The proposed project qualifies for a Class 32 exemption for infill development, and further environmental review under CEQA is not required. Development of the site was also anticipated as part of the city's adopted housing element. On May 7th, the Antioch Planning Commission held a public hearing for the proposed project, and during that public hearing, the Planning Commission had questions regarding the existing PG&E easement, parking and access, the potential sale of the units, as well as the removal of the existing coast live oak tree. One member of the public also spoke and expressed concerns related to multifamily development near existing single-family homes. After discussion, the Planning Commission recommended the City Council approve all of the requested entitlements. City staff has determined the proposed project as conditioned is consistent with the city's general plan and zoning, and as a result, staff is recommending the City Council approve all the requested entitlements. That completes my presentation. I can answer any questions you have, and the applicant is also present for you tonight.
All right, thank you. This is a public hearing, so we will open it. Do we have a proponent for the project would like to speak? An opponent? No one?
No one.
No one's here to speak? All right, I will close the public hearing, and we will open it up to the City Council for...
Is there someone there?
That's okay.
I mean,
Is
they're
the hearing closed? All right.
yeah, I mean, close the hearing. I mean, yeah, we can always ask questions they can answer. We need that, so. All right, anything from the council?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
I have lots of concerns with this particular project. Let me just go to your second slide after you showed the red line outlining the property, the next one, a proposed project, because I want to make sure that I understand the history on this and the project before us. Can you bring it up on the screen? It's a proposed project. It's your, I think, not the aerial, it's the next one down. You have project location, then proposed project. It's gray with yellow, that one right there. So originally, this was 12 single-family lots, correct?
10.
10, okay? And so what we're getting is 82 units on what was going to be 10 single detached family. And so when I look at this one, I look at Oakley Road. And so going down Oakley Road, I take, I go into the entrance. As I go into the entrance, what am I going to see? I'm going to see a whole row of parking to my right, and then when I look to my left, I see more parking to my left. And as I go into the facility, you see kind of a portion of the community center, but everything in front, I have parking, and then down, I have more parking, and then I have a tower. And so let me make sure I understand, when we talk about open space, and there is an open space designation, is that really open space? Is it going to be landscaped and people can be using that property? Is that what, when we read open space, is that what it is, the land around some of this development?
That's correct.
And what are they going, and is it going to be weeds? Is it going to be landscape? What are we getting?
It is proposed to be landscaped and maintained landscaping.
Okay, I didn't really see that. Okay, the other part that I have, the other part that I have is that the request is to put a wrought iron gate in front and that it opens.
Correct.
Okay, that's a concern because when I look at this and I read the staff report, one of the architectural design was not to have a bulky, building. A bulky, where is it? In here, we talk about some of the design function and that one of the choices is that, it's not going to be, the architectural style of the proposed residential buildings would be contemporary in design and make use of stucco and board and batten siding with varying colors palette. The various colors are deep brown and brown. And so I have a problem with that. To me, it's, a little bit further down, with regards to the building design standards of the ODS, which include requirements to have points of visual interest through architectural detailing to avoid creating, quote unquote, a building with a bulky or monolithic appearance. Could you go to what the building looks like? That, to me, is a bulky, monolithic building. So how did this pass mustard? I don't get it. It almost feels to me, when you go through the wrought iron gate to get into this facility, it's kind of like a detention facility. I don't see anything architecturally pleasing about that, particularly as we go in and you begin to see the sides of the building. I just don't see it. And I can't, 3 stories, the people are gonna be looking down. Whoever was the public member that went to the planning commission, I thought was right on the mark. I mean, you're gonna have these people looking down on the adjoining single detached housing. I don't know how this ever got to us. I hate it. I don't think it's something that we should embrace. So, prove me wrong. What am I missing? What is a benefit to our community?
So keep in mind that this is a housing element site that was rezoned to provide different opportunities of housing and different types of housing for the community. So this was approved by council to be multifamily, high-density residential housing in 2023.
Not this council.
No, but as the city council and with our housing element. So this also meets our objective standards. I understand your concerns about maybe the monolithic design, but our design objectives specifically talk about having deviations and pop-outs. So that's why you can see the different roof lines.
That's it?
So there's various colors, there's stepping of the building.
Wait, various colors, there's brown and beige.
So it does meet our objective standards. We did have our planners review it. We have our project planner here. So the point of the objective standards is that there's objective details about the pop-outs, about different deviations, and it does meet that. So if you have...
Well, I guess it's in the eye of the beholder. I don't think it does. I see a bulky, institutional-looking building of 3 stories high, and I forget what the percentage is, but a lot of the housing is going to be 600 square feet. Right? How many units are 600 square feet?
So I don't know. We can pull that up.
It's the overwhelming, design that you're going to have 600 square feet. So it is even more institutional from my perspective.
So the 1-bedroom units are 6,000 square feet, and there's a total of
600
600 square feet, and there's 36 of those.
And there's 36. So they're almost 50% of this is 600 square foot places. They do, I will say one thing, some of the designs of these that were provided to the council, the actual schematic, were creative. I will say that for 600 square feet, but it's 600 square feet. After when you go in floor plan number 1, you're going in, you're immediately in the kitchen and the dining room table, and then you have a little living room, and you have a bedroom with a closet and a bathroom and a deck. Wow. I mean, I just purchased a condominium in San Francisco, and I thought 1,200 square feet was awfully small, 2-bedroom, 1 bath. But this is tiny.
I would just say that this gives, maybe the applicant wants to speak on this of the project design, but different people in different stages of life have different designs, and the applicant has a reason that he may want to share about his thought process for this. But I'll just say I've personally lived in smaller places and found it suitable for me at the time. And then I've moved to larger places. So our code doesn't have requirements on square footages for units. It follows building code requirements.
Okay, well, If the applicant wants to say fine with me, but you have a tough sell. For me.
Good evening, Mayor Pernal and council members. My name is Krishna. I am the owner and developer for this project. On the unit sizes, so if you look at probably like any of the other Antioch condo project or apartment project, typically single bedroom units are between 600 to 700 square feet. 2 bedroom units are between 700 to 800 square feet. 3 bedroom units are between 1000 to 1100 square feet. That's a typical square feet. If we build a bigger units, the units become more unaffordable. Obviously, the cost will increase. Either that will lead to increased sale price or increased rent, which will make the units unaffordable. The initial plan for this project is for sale. Depending on the market condition, this can be rental as well.
I mean, but aren't you starting with these units as rentals?
No, actually for sale.
They are kind of made for sale.
For sale, yeah.
And for the three bedroom, which there are 10.
Yeah.
So roughly 12%, 13% of this project are the larger units. And how many square feet are they?
1050.
Okay.
1,100, 1,118 square feet.
All right. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on this? I have a couple related to access. So there's no access onto Filbert Street, is that correct?
That is correct.
So everything's going to come all off of Oakley Road?
Yeah, everything's off Oakley. There's a little strip of land in between the right-of-way of Filbert to the property that the property does not control. Property owner does not control.
Do you know who?
It's owned by the HOA to the north.
And they did that spite strip so nobody could access it probably? They didn't want to have all that traffic coming
Yeah,
out?
I believe the applicant tried to acquire that, but was unable to.
Yeah, that 80 units, I don't know in the peak hour what that looks like, if that's a lot of traffic coming out on Oakley Road or not. Yeah, as to Councilmember Wilson's point, on Sunday with the church parking lot right next door to that. So that was just one of the questions. And then as far as the wrought iron fence, so everything's been approved by the fire department?
Yes.
Fire district, so all the turnarounds and everything internally?
Yeah, they have provided a comment letter with conditions that we've incorporated as conditions of approval.
Is Filbert a secondary emergency access for the project? Do you know?
I don't believe so because of the access, but the engineers here, he might be able to talk specifically to that.
I was just surprised fire would not have a secondary access out of there, but if they did, that's fine. As far as the elevations are concerned, I think they do have some character to them. They have in and out different roof lines. I'd like to see the sides with maybe a little bit more to them. They're super plain. There's no treatment at all on the sides of the building, which there's going to be 6 of those, right, on the project. But as far as aesthetics is concerned on the project elevations, I'm fine with the way they look.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, now, Councilmember Freitas make me think I'm missing out because my 3-bedroom house is 1,111 square feet.
God bless you. You need to wait for phase 3.
I know. And we got 5 people up in there. That's
tight.
It is, depending on, the occupancy. I guess, is there any way to explain how this helps us meet our RENA numbers? And then, maybe I missed it, but is there somewhere in here to tell us the rate of the sales? Like, how much, because
the sale
when
price?
I'm talking to people, like, for some reason, people thought this was a rental property, and now the developer is saying it's for sale.
So
So,
in conversations with the applicant, they were filing the map to give them the option. So it could be for sale or rental, depending, as you heard the applicant say, depending on the market once they're ready. So that's ultimately their decision, and they have that flexibility by having the map with it, the condo map. So you could build it as a condo project, but then choose to rent those units, or you could choose to sell it. So that's why they have this option with the condo map. Getting back to your question, so it's 82 units, so they're not proposing affordable units, so it'd be 82 units, market rate units, but that still counts towards arena.
so it's not rental. Well, there's an option to be rental or for sale, and none of it is affordable.
As
And
proposed.
even if it was going to be rent or sale, there's no usable green space.
So you can see on the landscape plans that it does have some usable areas, and it does include a play area. So that's on, let me get what sheet, or someone can beat me to it. So it is, I think L-2.0 shows it a little bit, but I think there's also maybe the sheets before kind of show there is a play area. L-1.1. So you can see there's a play area and kind of a play structure.
That's near the community center? I can't.
Yeah, so it's, and
Oh, it's
maybe
not
we
on
can
there?
pull up the,
So it's
So-
a little piece of a corner with a play structure.
yeah, so, and then there are other kind of open areas around the buildings, but I think maybe just on the slide you had up, Kevin.
Well, I mean, I guess if people are buying, then they will be cool with that. I just think with the size of the units, if there's any potential for there to be whole families in there, it didn't give much to be desired in the area of children or like families.
So our objective design standards do require that over, I believe it's 15 units, as long as it's not like deeded senior project, that there are play facilities provided. So they are meeting our standard in that sense in our code requirements and the open space requirements.
That makes sense. I wish our standard was higher for open green spaces on on projects, and I'm assuming that there's not a lot to work with, so the developer is trying to cover as much ground as possible to shove that, is it 86? To shove that 82 units in there. Is that what it is?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, just a brief comment or thought or suggestion. I've just spoken with the applicant. They would be amenable to a condition of approval to be added that discusses the concept of prior to issuance of a building permit, that the community development director will meet with the applicant to provide additional articulation on those ends that you specified. I don't have my north and south yet, but on the elevations referenced tonight, that are the ends, I suppose you could call them, as opposed to the major elevations. So should your council wish to do that, we can provide language or just say what I just said in a motion, perhaps we can, okay?
So, continuing on page 7, at the very bottom, the project includes 2 trash enclosures for the 82 units. Is that 2 trash for 82 units? So there could be 100, 120 people living here. And
So-
that's adequate?
So we route all of our plans to Republic Services, and they comment on the adequacy of the plans, the sizing of the enclosures, the access to them for their drivers, and if it will meet like turning around at the site. So they have approved and signed off on this. Part of it also comes down to, oh, look, maybe behind me again, to it's the frequency of trash pickup, not just the size of the dumpster. So having more frequent trash pickup throughout than just maybe how your home has it once a week.
Will they have more? Do we know that? Okay, I'm curious, on A16A under design, there is this picture of the front entrance. I'm assuming that that is not a see-through fence. And that when a car comes off of Oakley into this fence, I mean, you really, it is not particularly inviting, you know? I mean, it's a kind of a, you have to have the right, I guess, key or whatever, command to open this up. I mean, again, it looks extremely institutional to me. Nothing's inviting about it. And the open space, at least on the schematic, is around, if you look at this up, at what you have up there, there's the open space, which is on the other side of the apartment complex. What goes there? What's the landscape? Is there grass? Are there trees?
So that the PG&E easement area.
I'm just looking at open space, that line of what would be north. And that's the designated open space and the arrow. And it's right in front of the apartment complex or condominium complex.
Yes, so along Oakley Road, there's plantings and trees, and then under the easement, PG&E, so closer to Filbert, you know, they have requirements about planting under the easement, so the landscaping is designed to meet those planting requirements, and then there's also the bioretention on the Filbert
kids are
zone.
going to be playing under the PG&E power?
No, so that area you can see is landscaped under the PG&E easement. I'm looking at L-2.2. So, and that shows you also how the play area and some of the other open spaces on L-2.2. You can see the play area all the way over on the right-hand side of that page.
Okay.
And that's where the designated open space is, and then there's open, as they're kind of open areas with landscaping, like under the easement, but that's not necessarily the play area.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to, I'm trying to scratch my head, maybe somebody can help me. What's the benefit to Antioch on this? Is it the permits and the building that'll come along? Because I mean, it just seems to me like if it's not affordable, it's not for seniors, and you got all these spaces that are so small and next to single dwelling homes, I just see a lot of concerns here, and not knowing whether I'm hearing rental, then I'm hearing this for purchase. This doesn't seem clear to me either. So to me, there just seems a lot of holes or gaps in what's being presented. And so I guess my ask would be to city manager or anybody else who'd like to speak to, what's the benefit to this for our community? I mean, it's not affordable, it's not for seniors, and looks like it's being pieced together and putting people in a small area with very limited open space. And I think Councilman Freitas has highlighted some of the maybe poor landscape or visuals. So I don't know, if I have friends that live over there off of Oakley. I just can't imagine they would be real happy to see this particular project go up. So if somebody could speak to me about the benefit, I'd just like to hear. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Council, I'll have the applicant discuss that. The clear and obvious benefit to the city is simply the provision of above moderate units. That's the sell. That's all I have to give you at this point.
Above moderate?
If you remember when we were talking, there were the 4 income categories, the very low, low, moderate, and above moderate.
Okay.
Right now, absent an inclusionary housing ordinance, they're coming in with above moderate. So we have no control over the sale of pricing, whether it's for rent or for sale. So I'll invite the applicant to come up.
Well, that was my concern. I mean, if I had
Right.
heard that this was potentially an affordable place in which, you know, local employees or people that are, like we heard some of our employees earlier today say that it's can't afford to live here, if that would be amenable to me, and I'd be interested in hearing more about that. But if that's not what we're looking at here, I'm just trying to find the why.
Okay, and again, working with our city attorney, the applicant could volunteer, but we don't have any legal obligation to require that of a developer at this point.
Good evening, Mayor. I've been hearing a lot about why and how we got here. So let me peel it back. I'm the civil engineer for the project. I've been involved with the owner from day one, ever since he purchased it and noticed that there were 10 legal lots that were never developed. And the court was called Jessica Court, and there were 10 legal lots that somehow were mapped, and a final map was approved by the city, but it was never developed. It was never bonded for, and nothing had happened in 10, 15 years. So when we came to inquire about this project, I'm going back 3 years, it was designated as an opportunity site for 35 units an acre. This is 2.7 acres. It has 40 foot of fall from Oakley to Filbert. It's a challenging site. It's bounded by church on one side, utility easements on the top on Oakley, and with a 40 to 50 foot drop with an 80 foot, I think 40 or 50 foot PG&E tower easement. So you've got easements on the north side, easements on the south side at Oakley with a 40 foot drop. And so in order to give the most flexibility for the developer and to meet the objective standards, which were set by the city, you have to come up with 35 units an acre, which is actually will make it 100 plus units. So we had reduced it in order to meet all the objective standards that were required by law to meet everything to the T. I heard a lot of discussion about open space. The open space requirement was 15 foot wide, and we have provided that according to what the standards are. I heard a discussion about why is one bedroom 600 square feet? Well, in order to meet the demographics and the sale prices and the rental units in the neighborhood, my client had there was a big apartment project to the north of the church. He had extensively studied that, and what had been rented, there were like 100 plus or 200 units, I think. So he had done a whole analysis of that and seen what is rentable, what is sellable. I, as a civil engineer, guided him through the process of developing this with the utmost flexibility. So if you notice on the first page of the civil sheets, there are 3 parcels. And each parcel has 1 building, and each building has 32 units. So I hear a lot about discussion about whether it's for sale, whether it's for rental. As a developer, we need that flexibility. And in order to put in that flexibility, I created 3 lots that could be potentially bought by one person. One lot could be bought by one person, and all he wants to do is rent. And so 32 units could be rented. So there were inherent flexibility built into the model, built into the application, built into the project, so that in the future we develop the parking and the roadways and the infrastructure, the horizontal infrastructure, and he could sell it to somebody, a developer who all he wanted was to rent 32 units. He could buy 1 parcel and build a building. So why there were 50% are one bedroom. All of that mix came in with what he had seen, what was rented, what was sold. So that is the background behind this. Yes, one bedroom should be 700 square feet. I've seen two bedrooms at 750 square feet. So all of these can be debated, but the task at hand was to meet the objective standards. The objective standards dictated 35 units, and I think the city agreed to 25. I think there was some minimum units that had to be met. And in order to meet those units, we had to have certain amount of parking. There was discussion about why. I see parking here, I see parking there. If you drive on Oakley, you will not see the building. The building is lower. You will not see the building at the higher level because the first 20, 40, 40 feet is a slope down, and there are a lot of easements there. So we cannot build in the first 20, 30, 50 feet. And the reason for the gate, I think there was we had initial concept about going through Filbert to Filbert. Then we found out that we could not punch through because of that gap. That was a spite strip. That was a disservice, but that was purposely done. It's a public street, and the project touches the public street except for that 6-foot gap. And that gap was provided to the other developer so that nobody could come into that, connect into that public street. And that gap exists all the way, even along the church side, the church property. So even if the church wanted to connect, they could not connect. So all I'm here to tell you that, and I'm happy to answer any questions, that it is a challenging site. It's not as easy as it looks. It's a convoluted shape, horizontally on plan, and vertically it drops 50 feet. We've got easements on the north, easements on the south, and we were given a task to meet your objective standards of 35 units an acre, and it's only 2.7 acres. And a lot of it is gone with the easements. So.
Will there be access onto Filbert Street for pedestrians?
No.
So it's completely
We
blocked?
cannot cross that's 6 foot.
So is there going to be a solid barrier then between, so the project will be bound on that side by a
Fence,
It's going to be a masonry sound wall?
There's already a 3-foot retaining wall. There's a great difference between Filbert and the property line. So in order to make that initial connection that we had to grade down and connect to Filbert. But now that it's gone, there will, if you're on Filbert sitting, looking up towards the property, it's a sidewalk and a 3 to 4 foot high retaining wall, and then there'll be a fence above it.
Okay. So pedestrian-wise, everybody's going to have to come in and out Oakley Road, correct?
Yes.
There's no sidewalk on the two or three houses that are built to the west, correct?
No.
So I think there needs to be a connection made between this project and Phillips Lane. Their sidewalk comes around Phillips and heads back.
There is no connection. There cannot be a connection.
Why is that?
Because of the 6-foot gap, which is owned by the HOA.
No, I'm talking about Oakley Road.
Oakley Road, yes. Yeah, there's no sidewalk.
Right, but so this project, people are going to come out of it pedestrian-wise, and they're not going to be able to go back towards Phillips Lane.
No.
On a sidewalk.
No, because there are 3 houses between Phillip Lane and our entry, and they don't have sidewalk.
Right, and they were originally part of the original map, correct?
No. Or the old map may be one of the lots.
The old map.
Maybe one of the lots, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Were there 3 lots? No, I think one of the lots may be.
So that's something I think that's important, is that pedestrians will have a way to get out of this project, since they only have one way in and out, and be able to connect.
That was suggested, to be honest, by the Public Works Director, but it was not it was an obligation beyond our frontage, and it would have taken another 30, 40, 10, 15, 20,000 to connect the sidewalk. I'm not sure if there's a sidewalk on Phillips Lane. There might be, to our project frontage. But that was a consideration, but I think there was no obligation. It was an ask.
Okay. in my opinion, to the extent there's no other way out for people, if they could access Filbert, it'd be different, because they could then go to a sidewalk and get out.
I could consult the client, my client, and see if he's amenable to that.
I would like to see that connection made, please.
Okay, well, he's nodding his head, yes.
All right.
So you could condition that sidewalk to go to Phillips, but I'm not sure if Phillips has a sidewalk. I don't think Phillips has a sidewalk, right? So it's of no use it's a sidewalk that may not go anywhere.
I thought I was looking at an aerial of it, so sorry, I don't remember having driven out there.
Has a sidewalk? Okay, sorry, I'm stand corrected. Phillips has a sidewalk. So that would make sense then for a pedestrian connection.
Yeah, so it looks like sidewalk comes all the way up to, there's the two houses right adjacent to you. So it looks like sidewalk, it would just be coming across two houses.
Okay.
Or
Yeah,
two
if there is a
lots.
sidewalk, then my client is okay to connect them beyond the frontage.
All right. Thank you.
So I'm curious. Yes, it's R35, but you don't have to build to maximize
We are not.
everything. Okay, you got 82, that, you know, you're a little bit below.
Mhm.
So isn't the drive behind here is to maximize profit? Because you can sell a building, you know, for rentals or condominiums. I mean, everything seems to be maximized on the profit margin. Part of my concern, part of our role, are quality of life issues. So we have a road on Oakley Road. There's no sidewalk. As a matter of fact, the entrance from Oakley Road into or out of is difficult because you have to wait for that gate to open. I hope to God there's not a fire there. And it, you know, so even though there's R35, you know, you're not bound by that. So, you know, and yes, it may cost more money for a better quality product. I mean, it, to me, is institutional penal. I mean, the color schemes, it's brown and beige.
Yes,
I mean, really? I mean, I don't see any saving grace about this development except that it meets what do you call it? RENA numbers, and that's nice, but I'm not sure that that has to be absolutely our purpose of embracing it. But it sounds like the only one before us.
Well, all I can, unfortunately, the architect was on vacation, planned vacation. He could not be here today. I can't speak to the architecture and the colors and the massing, but all I can say is that we've taken 3 years to get here, and we've met all the objective standards, and that was a charge given to us. And here we are. You know, I understand your concerns about gate, but the gate is also downhill, and it's.
I'm concerned about the gate. I'm concerned about open space. I'm concerned about ingress and egress, especially if there is a fire on that, if fire happens on the property.
But.
And you know, we have the parking, which is, you know, you walk, even when the gate opens and you start to drive down, all you're seeing, you know, are parking spaces. And you even have a picture in your schematic. I mean, that's not even particularly attractive. I mean, to me, it has been maximizing the profit margin.
But
I have the right to make it, but I have a right as a quasi-judicial decision to say, I hate this project. Sorry. I hate this project, no. So you know, I apologize. I'm sure it's 3 years. I'm sure you've invested a lot. Unfortunately, from my perspective, you missed the mark. And because the only saving grace is that you meet some standard.
So can I, correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the planners can answer this question, but if I remember, there was a minimum threshold that we had to meet for number of units, like 25 units an acre, 25 or something. And do we meet that? We barely met that. So I beg to differ on the maximizing of profit. We were not, that was not our primary goal. I don't know what is the minimum
For this zoning district, the R35, it's minimum 25 dwelling units per acre, and they're at 27.
We're at 27.
Was I correct when you said that these are going to be 3 parcels that could each be sold individually?
That could be sold individually, yes.
So is there an overall joint landscape agreement for the whole parcel?
All 3 parcels will be part of the same HOA.
Okay, so if one sells, the HOA still stays
Yeah,
intact?
I just gave the flexibility with 3 buildings to be potentially sold. They don't have to be. This is one of those, and I hear arguments that it should be all apartments, not condos, but apartment projects and the big apartment owners, the national owners, they don't look at these projects for 82 units. They're always looking at 200 plus units. So this is another in that zone where we can't even market it to any potential apartment buyer. So a lot of the apartment, and the other thing is a lot of the apartment, if I had all the wherewithal and the money to rent it, I would rent it for 10 years to avoid liability and then sell them after 10 years. But in order to do that, I have to map them today as condominiums.
Right.
So I can avoid the residential liability, and a lot of them do that openly, and that's why the flexibility. So if I were to do it as apartment project, period, I have to come back to you 10 years later and do a condo conversion. And that's another
Understood.
ball of wax.
Yeah. Okay.
Any?
No further questions? No? Would anybody like to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor, if I could offer you some, and for purposes of the camera, David Storer, Interim Community Development Director, a couple more options to explore, and I'll ask for City Attorney's help on a third one that I just thought of as I was standing here. Number one, your council, should you not wish to take the recommendation of the Planning Commission that was forwarded to you, you would have the ability to continue the item, perhaps allow the applicant time to confer with his landscape architect or architect, I think it was architect if I remember correctly, address some of the design issues relative to articulation of the elevations and other things that your council may articulate. Third option would be, the third option for your consideration tonight would be to direct staff to prepare findings for denial, but then give us the information like public safety, aesthetics. While the project meets objective design standards, it may not meet some other tests that you believe are valuable to your council. Third one I thought of, Derek, is could the council approve the project but not approve the map under the abilities that the council has as far as their discretion, which would then take away the ability for sale of the units. Is that within their discretion? And I'm sorry for bouncing that on you, but I think that's another option for us to consider, or perhaps have the council consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Did that help?
I guess my greatest concern is I'm reluctant to support any project that isn't affordable, period. But I think with a lot of the questions that rose from tonight, I personally would probably go with the second option, which I believe was to table.
Yeah, and I think I've got
But
an option,
is there
an
some
option with that
reason why
option.
we can't? Yeah, is there some reason why we can't?
Well, the option
Yeah.
would be to continue the item off calendar to resolve some issues, or you could actually specifically set a date, August 12th or whatever, but that's again going into the option, but discretion would be yours at council.
I would, I would say for the council who's interested that the potential option would be two. My greatest concern is that it will never be affordable. So And I've lived in institute. I've seen what could happen in one way in, one way out situations over time. But yeah, so I guess I would make a motion that we go with option 2, which is to, you said,
Continue the item.
continue the item.
And while the applicant works on
the
the.
continuation, but to address the concern, should your council want to deny, you've given us something to address, and that will be public safety and ingress and egress. That kind of, we probably need to scratch our heads and come up and try to put words to what we've been hearing in the discussion tonight, and that would take some time for us to prepare that for you. Should you go with option 3, I think, which would be to deny the project. Option 2, as I said, was a continuation either off calendar or to a date specific so that the applicant can respond to your council's questions and comments.
Do we want to do it at a date specific or off calendar and staff come back?
Yeah,
So that would be option 2, off calendar with staff and the developer and architect and all the other hands on this project to try to address some of the concerns and questions up here tonight and bring it back.
All right, we have a motion to bring it back after staff and everybody have worked on our comments. Have a second?
I'll second it, because otherwise, I can't support this. I mean, I'd like to know about the safety issues. There's just a number of questions. There's more questions than there are answers and confirmations that I'm comfortable with. So I'm in favor of bringing it back on another date with further review about safety and some of the issues that have been brought up tonight.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
It's not a no.
All right.
Can we, do we want to take a vote to extend the meeting to, no. No.
To 11:30.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
All right, have a second?
I'll second.
All right, please cast your votes.
Thank you. Motion passed 5.
All right, thank you. All right, we're on to item number 8, amendment number 2 to the consulting services agreement with One Day at a Time, increasing the agreement amount by $530,623 with fiscal sponsor community initiatives for the 2022 to 25 City of Antioch's California Violence Intervention and Prevention Program, CalVIP.
Thank you so much. We have Montserrat Cabral here to give the staff report along with the presentation from ODAT.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to present on this item. I want to begin by acknowledging and correcting an earlier error in the staff report submitted for agenda item number 8. The original version included a miscalculated total funding amendment of $910,235. Upon review, the accurate total amount is $706,613, reflecting a reduction of $203,622. The revised report has been reposted and shared accordingly. I apologize for the oversight and appreciate your understanding. This serves as a valuable reminder of the limits of being human, as well as our commitment to transparency and accountability. This item represents a strategic amendment to Antioch's CalVIP-funded Violence Reduction Initiative, known as Uplifting Peace, in partnership with One Day at a Time and Advance Peace. The Board of State and Community Corrections, BSCC, approved this shift, recognizing the urgent need to bolster capacity among community-based organizations doing the frontline work. The revised funding allows us to realign and reinvest funds, enhancing service delivery without increasing our overall financial obligation. We are data-informed in both our approach and our intent. In Contra Costa County, gun violence remains the leading cause of death among Black males ages 15 to 24. In Antioch, we've identified 40 individuals at the highest statistical risk of being involved in firearm-related incidents, either as a victim or a perpetrator. Through this initiative, 19 of those individuals are actively enrolled in the Uplifting Peace Fellowship. These are individuals with known histories of gun violence, yet while enrolled, 100% have remained alive, uninjured, and have not been rearrested for firearm-related offenses. The financial logic is clear. Studies estimate that the cost of a single gun violence homicide to taxpayers is up to $1 million when factoring in police response, trauma care, legal proceedings, incarceration, and lost productivity. And if this program prevents even one act of violence, it has paid for itself. Our data shows that we are already on that path. The Peacemaker Fellowship model is not experimental. It is evidence-based, results-oriented approach that has been successfully implemented in Richmond, Sacramento, Stockton, cities with comparable challenges. It emphasizes high accountability, daily engagement, and individualized coaching. We've adapted this nationally recognized model to meet Antioch-specific needs, with ongoing technical support from Advanced Peace, evaluation from Evident Change, and the full performance oversight built into our funding and reporting network. To speak further about the program's implementation, outcomes to date, and how this amendment will be operationalized on the ground, I'd now like to invite up Sarai Espinoza, Development Manager, and Johnny Rodriguez, CEO of One Day at a Time. They will share more about the impact of uplifting peace and their continued commitment to the city of Antioch. Thank you.
I think we have a PowerPoint. Is there? How do we get that up? Okay, thank you. You know, before I get started, I just wanted to start off by using the gentleman that was here earlier and hearing his story, the one that was with the, I think the Sprinklers Union, right? The opportunities. And when we talk about ODAT, that's one of the biggest things that we try to offer our young people and adults that we're working with is the opportunity to create change within themselves. Because we believe within, when they change themselves, they change their families, they change the dynamics within their families, and they also change their communities. One of the things about ODAT is that we've been here for a long time. I've been working in the community since 1993 in all of Far East Contra Costa County. I'm actually the executive director and founder of One Day at a Time. And in saying that is, when we talk about those opportunities, we talked about the trades and the unions. Some of the groups that we've collaborated in the past with getting jobs is Swisher's Concrete, Drill Tech, and different companies like that that have been out here for a long time. We've been able to give individuals jobs that have changed the cycle of the family, their traditions of not understanding what a trade is. A lot of these individuals don't even know what a union is. So once they get involved, it's like this gentleman has spoken earlier, it just changes the whole dynamic of not only their lives, but the people around them. I started in '93 working in the Brentwood area. In '93, I started going out into the community. Where do I point this at? Is it over here, over there? It's a little late right now. Where's this at? Right here? Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, it's a little late right now, 11 o'clock, so I don't know where to point this thing at. It's real fancy for me. But I want to say in 1997, ODAT was an intervention, a gang intervention prevention organization. We were focusing on students or young people that were high risk or full-fledged gang members in Far East County. How were we doing that? We were working directly at school sites and within communities, from, like I said, from Bay Point all the way to Discovery Bay, the Brentwood area. In 1997, we had done that work, and in 2009 is actually when we created a new model for the One Day at a Time program. We became a youth empowerment / a leadership development organization, and we established that at Deer Valley High School when they had the joint principals there. We went into that school with the vision of gang intervention prevention, and then we realized gangs wasn't the issue. It's the reasons why people join gangs that was the issue. So what we did is we encompassed and we involved everybody within our program. There's kids and there's individuals out there that have 4.0s that still struggle. Just because a student's doing good at school doesn't mean they're doing good within themselves. So the organization itself revamped itself. We became, like I said, we became a youth empowerment and leadership development organization. In 2010, we went under the umbrella of community initiatives. We created Beyond Violence. In 2010, we created a program called Beyond Violence. We were approached while we were at Deer Valley High School to work directly with John Muir Hospital and their trauma center to create a program to focus on young people from the ages of 15 to 25 that were victims of violence only in the city of Antioch. So the funding was not for Brentwood, Oakley, Pittsburgh. It was directly funded for the city of Antioch. So we've been doing this program now since 2010. It has evolved. And through that funding, because I'll be honest with you, we were doing some really good work and working with these individuals that they wanted to expand the program. So currently we're operating from Bay Point to Discovery Bay, working with victims of violence. And one of the things I want to say that we've seen in the data, when we used to go to our staff meetings for Beyond Violence, 90%, 95% of all of our people that were involved in that program were from Antioch. And that has changed tremendously in regards to now it's not all Antioch and we don't have as many clients that are involved in that program. Because the goal is that we have no clients that are victims of violence within Far East County. So that was a wonderful opportunity that we got to work with John Muir Hospital. In 2017, we had to do a gut check as an organization. One of the things that we noticed for a long time was programmatically, we're on it. I'll be honest with you. You put us in the community, put us in the school, put together an event, do all this other stuff. So what we did was, we were lacking in some other areas. So what we did is we went under the umbrella of community initiatives. In 2017, that was huge for us. And we're currently still under community initiatives because what do? They support us in areas that honestly, we could hire HR and do all that, but they really support us in those areas, so we don't need to focus on that. So we could focus on the direct services that we're doing to the community. In 2019, it's really interesting because a lot of these programs actually started in Antioch. In 2019, we created a program called the Reflection Room. What was that? I don't know if you guys remember. I don't know if you guys were the individuals, but I know I was. When you got in trouble in elementary school, go to that room, right? Johnny won't throw the eraser 500 times, or you sat there and looked at the wall all day. And saying that is, we wanted to create a reflection room. We created this reflection room at Belshaw Elementary. We had a principal there that we had worked with in the past, and he wanted us to get creative. So what do? We created a room where young kids, elementary level, could go in there, but not just sit there, but actually have someone to talk to about the choices they're making and the consequences of some of those choices, but how they can do things differently. So that was real impactful for the organization because we had never focused at the elementary level. We're more a middle school, high school kind of an organization. In 2020, 2022, COVID hits. I'll be honest with you, it was one of the most traumatizing things that could ever happen because why? A lot of our direct services were happening at schools and in the community, and obviously all that closed. So what we had to do is we had to just survive. The blessing of that was at that time, a lot of our funders turned the funding around to really go into the general funds just to hopefully sustain the organization through that time. Doesn't mean we stopped work. I'll be honest, we were masking up and going in different communities and feeding communities, bringing close to the community. Even though we followed all the state guidelines and federal guidelines in regards to having contact with the community, but we had to still go into those communities because the communities were still being neglected. And so what we did is, instead of doing direct services to the schools, we went into the communities. In 2023, 2024, we created a program with the Syria Foundation. It's called the Elevated Youth. And what are they focuses on? Substance abuse. So right now we have a team of youth that work in some of the schools, and they're focusing on doing trainings, substance abuse awareness. They're working with what's the rooms in the school? The wellness rooms within the schools to get kids more involved in that, to utilize that center. So in saying that is, it's a great program, good group of kids. We have a really strong staff that's working that. And now we got Uplifting Peace, right? I'll be honest with you, this is a new opportunity for ODAT. I knew about Advanced Peace. I've known Devon Bogan for many, many years. Like I said, I've been doing this since 1993, so a lot of these organizations, founders, I've known them over the years. When Uplifting Peace, when it came, we were working on a skeleton. We were working on a model that was given to us and we had to create here in Antioch. And obviously Antioch has different dynamics, right? We all know that. Antioch's diverse from all people from all over the Bay Area. So in saying that is, it was an interesting opportunity. We embraced it. We took it. We were blessed to get the RFP. And I'll be honest with you, I think we're doing great work. Now, this is where the expertise comes a little bit more with my program development manager who go in more detail about that. But I really want us to understand the individual, because I talked to him in the lobby, the individual that came here and spoke on behalf of that other project are the same people that we're working with. And the biggest thing that I heard from him was he had an opportunity, just like I did growing up. Somebody gave me an opportunity to do something different than what I was doing, And I embraced that and I ran with that, and it changed not only my life, but my whole family's life. So I want us to remember that when Sara's going through this, is to understand the individual she's going to speak about are exactly the individual that was here. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Let me just say, I'm actually so excited to be here. I haven't been up since I had my son 4 years ago this late with a lot of people. So I am freezing cold because it's so cold in here, but I am excited to present. I think just like Johnny said, the people that we served represent the people who we were. So I too was the people that I'm working with and represent the people that we're serving. I too was from Eastside Stockton, and I have my background, so I'm privileged to be up here and giving back to the community in this way. So here's my part. Good evening, council members. My name is Saraya Espinosa. I am the development manager at One Day at a Time, and I have stepped in for a special assignment for a short period of time as a program manager for Uplifting Peace program. I'm here today to speak about our Uplifting Peace program. The initiative is dedicated to reducing gun violence in Antioch by engaging higher-risk youth of adults connected to gun violence and providing them with resources and encouraging nonviolent lifestyles. At the heart of this initiative are three critical services: case management, crisis intervention, and mentorship. Our goal is that these services create a web of support to help participants envision and build a better future. Uplifting Peace works directly with individuals who are not only at the highest risk of gun violence, but also some of the most influential on the streets. People who others watch, follow, and listen to. These are high-profile participants, known in the community and often connected to active conflicts and cycles of retaliation. We don't just work with the vulnerable, we work with those whose choices can impact entire neighborhoods. Most are between the ages of 17 to 32, and they come to us through trusted relationships, other organizations, school districts, people that are already in the program and that know that we show up. We follow the Advanced Peace model. This model is about daily presence, building trust, and helping each participant develop a life map goal, a life map plan they can truly act on. Whether it's getting safe, getting clean, going back to school, getting a job, or just getting through the week. Our NCAs walk with them every step of the way. We can't change their past, but we can help them see that there's more to lose by picking up the gun. Now let's talk about how this budget makes the work possible. In year one, we started in June 2023. We received a reimbursement grant of $340,806. These funds only reimbursed after services were provided and invoiced. Our focus during the first year was on understanding the model we adopted when we received the grant and on building the program's foundation, particularly hiring the right staff, training staff, and ensure that we prepare to meet the complex and sensitive needs of our participants. In the first year, we spent $365, leaving $441 unspent funds. This wasn't by design. It reflects the honest piece of growth in this program. As we learned and adapted, we focused on building the right infrastructure, hiring qualified staff, and putting proper training and safety protocols in place before fully launching services, because participants didn't begin engaging until the second half of the year. Our spending naturally aligned with our actual progress. We only invoiced for what was implemented, staying true to the development and timeline of this program. Year two started July 2024. In year two, we adopted the budget based on the evolving needs of the participants in our community. We expanded our team from 1 NCA to 2 full-time NCAs, added 2 community events to deepen the connections, and introduced transformative travel opportunities to broaden participants' horizons. Additionally, we introduced monthly stipends for fellows entering Tier 2, reinforces their progress and their commitment. These enhancements bring our total 18-month budget to $706,613. With rollover funds applied from our previous year, our new funding request for this year is $587,173 for 18 months. Together, through this partnership and continued collaboration, we can reduce gun violence, foster stability, and change the narrative for Antioch, for the most vulnerable young people. Now I'd like to walk with you through our program's development. In June 2023, we were awarded this grant, thanks to Council Member Tamisha Walker, her leadership bringing advanced peace evidence-based model to the city of Antioch. We came into this grant a year after it had originally been awarded to the city. So our first priority was understanding, to the full scope of the grant, what was required from this model, what was expected from us, and how we will build something that made sense for both our organization and the community. We focused on identifying gaps, laying the right foundation. We hired our program manager in August of 2023, and our first neighborhood change agent, NCA, came on board in September 2023. Advanced Peace provided crucial training during those early months, and we created safety protocols before launching direct outreach. In January 2024, by March, we welcomed our first fellow, and by May, that number had grew to 4. A key part of our relationship with Advanced Peace is their continued training and support. We attended 9 training sessions in year 1, which also helped us recognize the need to bring a second full-time NCA. So in year 2, which is the next slide, year 2 began July 2024, which is why we hired a second full-time NCA and attended 5 more training sessions, with few more planned by the end of this year. We currently serve 19 fellows and hosted our first community event, Hope in Motion, a toy giveaway in Christmas. We've also integrated small-scale local transformative travel. We're also working towards enhancing our program's operation after we had a leadership transition that happened in February of 2025, so this year. We're in the final stages of hiring a new program manager, which is, I will be stepping away once we finish that, by the middle of June. We are proud of the progress we've made, and we are excited for the remainder of the year. Before we move to the next one, this is one of the trainings that we attended. These are all NCA staff throughout the nation that do similar work, and it was a beautiful thing to be a part of, like-minded people in this beautiful training.
And I'd just like to say, too, is I had the blessing and all of my staff be able to go to Nebraska to one of these trainings. And I'll be honest with you, I was skeptical myself, even knowing Devone and knowing the program when it actually was when it first started in Richmond. But when I went and I saw the diversity, but also the passion and the heart that these people had in regards to the work. But also they came from the environments of a lot of the people that we're working with. So once again, it goes back to not only are we trying to get them union jobs, but they also could be the difference within their own communities. So when we look at hiring individuals to come back and work within this program, we want to hire people that come from those neighborhoods and those communities, because why? They have the biggest impact with those families. So in that picture, it doesn't speak at all in regards to the volume and the level of training that they were able to provide for all of us, but also what we were able to take with it.
Thank you, Johnny. Okay, so this is where we're moving to our staff model. As we learn and grown, we've adjusted our staff model from 1 project manager and 1 NCA to now 1 project manager and 2 NCAs, which is our goal to meet the goals of this work. The Advanced Peace Framework recommends that each NCA manage between 5 to 8 fellows. Right now, with only 2 NCAs, we're supporting 19 participants. This speaks volumes about the trust that our NCAs have built in this community. But it also means we've reached our capacity to maintain the quality of engagement, ensure participant safety, and respond effectively to crisis, especially during high-risk times. We're proposing to add a third full-time NCA with a focus on evenings and weekends. Our goal isn't to reach more individuals, it's to help shift the trajectory of gun violence in our city. At this time last year, Antioch already had 7 homicides. By the end of the year, that number rose by 9, and we ended up with 16 homicides. We've had 2 homicides year to date. We see this as progress, and we're not claiming full credit. We know our presence on the ground matters. With 6 months left in the year, our priority is getting ahead of gun violence before it escalates. That requires the right team, strong coordination with partners, and the resources to respond with urgency and consistency. Next slide. We also took a look at our nearby cities who offer the advanced peace model: Richmond, Stockton, and Vallejo. Each of these has built the staffing structures that match the scale of their needs. That's the kind of investment we're working towards here in Antioch. Through our partnership with Advanced Peace, our internal staff development efforts, our staff has received 13 evidence-based training in areas like case management, crisis response, and outreach strategies, as well as additional trainings such as substance abuse disorder and mental health first aid. They've also supported in ride-alongs here locally to recognize certain hotspots in the area. We've done support meetings with Advanced Peace, which they're here in the room today. These investments help prepare our staff to serve the community safely and effectively. We believe in showing up and staying connected to the community we serve. This past November, we joined Mission Possible, a local CBO, with food distribution and participated in Beautifying Antioch, which was an initiative led by the city of Antioch. We also hosted our very own first Christmas toy giveaway, where we served and engaged over 115 families, and more than 300 children received toys, focusing on areas such as Sycamore and Cavallo areas. To help strengthen the relationships, we invited both the Antioch Police Department and the Fire Department to be part of this event, building a bridge between them and the community. Our goal is to continue deepening these connections by hosting additional events in the upcoming months, including a backpack giveaway and a Thanksgiving food giveaway to support local youth and families.
I just want to add to that. I know that a lot of times everybody, do this, do that, do this, do that. It's timing, right? We're working in very vulnerable communities, 1, and number 2, we got to gain the respect from the community before doing a lot of different things. So this was huge. This actually was created the Hope in Motion. The toy giveaway was put together by one of our staff that actually went to school here at one time, but also was supported by the Newberry's Foundation. So if you know Jeremy Newberry, went to high school here, has a foundation, and his foundation supported us tremendously when it came to the toys giveaway. So I did want to mention that because once again, it goes back to people from Antioch giving back to the people of Antioch. So I just wanted to mention that.
Okay, next slide. Okay, so before we move to the next slide, I did want to pause in this one because this has got to be one of my favorite art pieces. So it's literally the background on my personal screen for my laptop. So, and I wanted to talk to you because this has a lot to do with the city of Antioch. Did I? Hold on, I skipped too many pages here. Okay.
Can I want to remind you that this meeting was only extended to 11:30.
Oh, I did not know that.
So, what's the desire? No.
Yeah, I mean, just we don't have to go until then, but I think just give it 30 more minutes and we'll try to finish
I'll
up.
make a motion to extend this city council meeting to midnight.
All right, have a second?
Second.
All right, motion second, please cast your
Well,
votes.
thank you. Okay, so cool. So I would like to take a brief pause. I promise I'll make it fast. On this community art. This is a digital version of the mural called Love Conquers All by Herman breeze, created in 2021 here in the city of Antioch between 8th Street and Sunset Drive. This mural was created by our organization with the generous support of Councilmember Monica Wilson and city staff Bradley Healthberger. This mural is more than just a work of art. It's a vibrant and powerful symbol of the love and resilience we are investing back into the city together. What makes it even more special is that Antioch students were part of this project. This is a testament of how our investment in this community extends far beyond one program. It reminds us that lasting change is a collective effort, which is rooted in hope, creativity, and connection. Our outreach and recruitment. Our outreach and recruitment are very different from anything that we've done before. The people we're trying to reach are high risk of gun violence, and the stakes are incredibly high for them to trust us. That's why a lot of this work is about organic connections, word of mouth, and just being out there every day in the community. Our NCAs are showing up constantly in hotspot areas, making sure their faces are familiar, but still keeping a safe distance from potential conflicts. It's about being present without adding to the tension. We've built a 4-tier program, with each tier lasting about 3 months. Tier 1 is about trust, supporting with basic needs, checking in, and helping with urgent emergency needs or any emergency issues. Tier 2 is when we start setting goals, start the life map, and start helping participants getting IDs, documentations needed, look into starting school, looking into getting jobs, and maybe securing housing. And Tier 3 is hands-on deck. This is about action. Participants start working on those goals they set. They stay in close contact with NCAs, get job training and certifications, schooling, and even have opportunities for transformative travel. Tier 4 is about wrapping it up. Participants take ownership of their progress, finalize goals, and start giving back. Some might even come back as mentors to help others, creating that ripple effect we want to see in the community. The whole goal is to build safety first, then create stability, and hopefully inspire real transformation. These are the 7 touch points we follow. It's an evidence-based model from Advanced Peace that we adopted when we got this grant. Daily check-ins, social service navigations, life map goals, life allowance, transformative travel, elder circle, internship opportunities. We've been learning and integrating each step little by little as the program develops. And our next goal, we're planning transformative travel experience for our participants. Around August, to give them a chance to see the world differently and broaden their perspective. And this is reflected in the budget as requested. Now this has to be my favorite slide, because this is where we really get to show the impact of our work for almost 2 years now. Right now, we are serving 19 participants, and most of those are, and out of those are 7 African American, 4 Samoan, 4 Latino, 2 Asian, and 2 white. It's powerful to see diversity in those that we're reaching, as we are reaching different parts of the community. Out of those participants, 10 have already earned job readiness certificates, and 1 is still working on her phlebotomy certification. Our team puts over 56 hours of outreach every week. That means we're out there supporting not just our fellows, but other key community members who influence the environment. I'm so proud to say that all of our fellows are alive and have stayed out of gun violence, and we've been able to step in with 25 conflict mediations. From our work with Advanced Peace, we've learned that just 1 homicide can cost a city like ours $2.5 million. I know you said 1, but I've heard $2.5 million. So when you think about the numbers, 19 fellows and 25 conflict mediations, no participants' life lost, this program isn't about making a difference. It's also about saving lives and saving the city some money. But we know this isn't a quick fix. Research tells us the real lasting change can take 3 to 5 years. We're ready to keep doing the work, but we can't do it alone. With your continued support and with our partnerships and other CBOs, community members, we know we can raise to hope and lower the violence together. Next. Hold on, one more. I just want to say thank you again for your time and for the chance to share what we've built with Uplifting Peace. This program is more than just numbers and budgets. It's about real people, real relationships, and real change in our community. We've already seen how powerful this can be. We've saved lives, conflicts resolved, futures opened that wouldn't have been possible otherwise. But we know this work takes time, trust, and the support of everyone in this room. We're not just asking for funding, we're asking you to continue to stand with us. Believe in the power of hope, being part of this movement to change the story of the city of Antioch. Together, we can keep building something that it doesn't just stop violence, but gives people a reason to hope, grow, and stay alive. Thank you.
Finally, all activities are monitored through quarterly reports to BSCC, performance metrics, and grant compliance protocols to ensure for transparency. We had a full audit in February, which went amazing. I have prepared and attached some of the evaluation, the description for the NCA, as well as the budget. We welcome your questions and appreciate your continued partnership in advancing data-driven, fiscally responsible solutions that directly support public safety in Antioch.
All right, thank you. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to open it right now. Do we have? Oh, this isn't? Oh, no, sorry, I was having some fun. All right. Do we have any public comment?
We have one speaker that signed up. They're no longer in the building. It was Leslie May.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more public comment, any questions from council on this?
I just asked, first of all, thanks for your presentation. And I recall being at the presentation orientation that you provided at the Nick Rodriguez Center way back whenever that was. I think it was probably back in January, February. And so I did have kind of a better understanding of what the model's about. So when you were here last time, and I know we ran out of time, kind of like we're doing tonight, there were some questions that came up, and one of those was like about staffing. You know, my biggest concern is, my understanding is that this is grant funded, and that, as was stated earlier, that the funds that come to ODAT are reimbursement funds for services that have been provided. One of the questions that came up the last time, again, we didn't have a chance to go into this completely, was is it NDA?
NDA.
Okay, and there's two, and you want to have a third one, and also the project manager, is that someone that you're looking to hire now? Is that right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So I could answer that. So yeah, so we currently have 2 NCAs, and our goal, because we're at max capacity and the year is still going, is to hire a third one. The focus is on evenings and weekends, because we understand that the need is out there and the need keeps rising, and our staff cannot keep they're at max capacity at the moment. And our project manager, we are currently hiring. We are on the final stages of onboarding a project manager. This has been open for 2 months. We went through 2 cycles of my words are leaving my brain, of interviews, sorry. And we finally, I think on the final stages, is our goal is to have this person on board within the next 2 weeks. So yes.
Yeah,
But also on that, Councilmember Rocha, is that we had a project manager at one point. It didn't work out, so we're currently now rehiring for that position. Sorry about that.
That's why there's a changeover.
Yes.
And so, because my biggest concern is how the 19 members that you're working with in your program, how they're being supported. And I want to make sure that whatever, as we go forward, that they're being supported fully. And there seems to be some gaps right now because you need that third position. And also the program manager, which you're in the process. I thought it said June 20th is what you were looking at. So my biggest concern is focused on providing to continue that support for those 19 individuals who have been in your program for a couple of years now, and making sure that going forward, that whatever gaps have existed, that we close those gaps and provide the highest quality service that we can. And so that would be my question, was about your staffing and how the funds that you're asking for the increase, how will it go to support that?
Yeah, and I just want to say this, and Sada could probably answer this better than I can, but the biggest thing with these communities is consistency, right? And especially if you say that you're going to do something, is follow through with that. So you're right, Councilmember Rocha, is that, you know, with the additional funding and support or any of that and more staffing, we'd be able to do that even better than we're currently doing. But I don't know if there's.
So I think there was, I don't know if there was two parts to the question or I understood it that way.
And so just the ask for the additional funding,
Yeah.
how does that going to be applied to support the work that you're doing? Is it for the additional positions?
Yes.
How will those funds be utilized to support the 19 members that you're working with and to move the program forward?
Correct. So the additional funding will definitely support not just the work that we're doing and we've been doing, but to add that additional person to hopefully support and keep supporting the work that these participants are doing at the quality that they've been having. Additionally to that, the program keeps evolving. As we've learned more about Advanced Peace, we've learned that there's a lot more areas that we need to implement. The next one is transformative travel. We've also learned that the community events are very helpful. So that's additional to that budget that wasn't there in the year one. And also our goal is to continue to evolve that program through different sources of funding, like the Elder Circle. The same guy, I saw you get his number down. I was like, he'd be great to be a mentor to this community and add him to the Elder Circle. That's another phase that is coming in. So this program has been evolving for the past 2 years. And so yes, the additional funding will help us support not just what we've been doing at the capacity and at the quality that we've had, but also to increase those services, because the word of mouth is going out. And it's a beautiful thing because people are receptive to the support. So we want to keep giving that high quality support to those who want it.
Okay, thank you.
So when do people graduate from tier 1 to tier 2? Because I see a lot of people in the tier 1. And also too, if there's a proposed date or a forecasting for graduation, have you budgeted those stipends in, is a question that I had. And then the 5 to 8 per NCA, and say what NCA means again, the acronym?
Neighborhood Change Agent.
Okay, so you have 2 right now. And so are they also doing evenings and weekends?
So not by schedule, but they do it. So we have flexibility in their schedule that if a crisis arises, they will go and meet the crisis at that moment. Like there was a crisis that happened not that long ago. Here, we've learned, we've been known, but we've learned that a lot of the conflicts that are happening here are connected to Richmond, San Francisco, and Oakland. So an incident happened not that long ago. Our NCA didn't come back into town till 5 o'clock in the morning, trying to dissolve that situation that happened in San Francisco, and is connected to the city of Antioch. So yes, they do have a schedule that they end about 5 p.m., but if need be, they rearrange their schedule based on the crisis that is happening in the city. So they're still working on weekends, they're still working on evenings. That's not their scheduled time, but doesn't mean that that's not what's happening. So did I answer that question?
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to figure out, how do you look at trends? Are you saying that because you didn't have a specific weekend schedule, weekends and nights, you either noticed that you needed that? Because in my mind, I'm not sure what your model or your theory is, I don't see a logic model here. So I'm not sure in terms of I think you're saying you go by is it uplifting piece, or what's your model?
Advanced Peace.
Advanced Peace. So my question is then, are you saying that after all this time you decided that you changed your model to nights and weekends because of what?
No, we didn't change it, and we're not going to change it. The staff that is currently on board right now, the 2 NCAs, are going to remain in the same schedule. Our goal is to add additional support on schedule time for those times, because that was
a need that
we saw and that was brought up by the community.
Okay, because I'm just trying to figure out how does that, when did
and
that
so
come about?
Can I answer the tier question?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so currently we have, this is our first go around when it comes to tiers, right? Our tiers are getting closer to tier 3. We haven't graduated any participants yet. We're getting close to that as it depends on when they started the program. We have a tracker for that to where they're ending. our participants are currently some of them are there's 9 of them in tier 3, so we have 0 in tier 4. So nobody has graduated yet. And some of them sometimes, for example, I'm thinking of 2 specifically ones that were close to graduation, but they kind of put a pause because something happened in their family and they took a little bit of step back. So they're gonna come back probably in tier 3, not tier 4, because they kind of have to come back. So the tier 4 is still, it hasn't happened, and our goal is that they have a check boxes that their team assesses in order for them to move to the next tier. For example, daily check-ins, if they start meeting those goals, they're bringing in their whatever requirements that the NCA is requesting. For example, if they're needing to get documentation for Social Security, are they showing up to appointments? Our NCAs have an assessment tool where they can check it off. Our goal is to keep them around 3 months per each, but some of them might take longer than 3 months, depending on whatever's happening in their life. Some of them might move very quickly. So we have an assessment tool for them to move through the tiers. This is a projected 3-month process for each tier, but doesn't mean that it goes for everybody the same.
Right, I'm assuming that some people do go back on this
Some people do go
right?
back sometimes.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out how does that then impact your budget for the stipends, all that stuff. So I'm just trying to figure out how
Can we take a step back? Because we haven't asked any questions. And I know that Councilmember Freitas has questions. I'm sure other people do. And I am not voting to extend this meeting till 1 in the morning. So I'm wondering if we can try to get straight to the point of the answer to the question. And I also just want to underscore that what I'm witnessing right now is the reason why the city manager is asking these questions tonight is because she haven't been able to meet with your organization prior to this meeting to get clarification on the model and things. And so I'm wondering if, and I know it should make sense to you all because that's the city manager runs the city, right? And advises the council. And if the city manager is asking more questions than the council, then that's problematic, honestly. And so I'm gonna propose that immediately you all meet with the city manager to get, because I'm sure you have additional questions, especially if we're applying for the cohort 5 funding, then I'm sure the city manager wanna make sure she's clear on if this partnership can continue in the next round. And we have another item on the agenda for Advanced Peace, who is a major partner on this, and I'm concerned that we won't get to that tonight. So if we can, city manager, allow the council sometime. Was that okay? Was I correct in that? Thank you.
Ms. Cabral, I absolutely don't understand the financials part of this. So I'm looking at the cover cover letter under discussion. The City of Antioch's violence prevention issue first launched through successfully submitting blah, blah, blah. And so we were granted I'm gonna round up, $1.8 million for a 3-year program, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then what it says, as part of the award, the city was required to provide a 100% match. So now we're at 3.6?
Yes.
Okay. So when I looked at the financial that was provided and then under the information tonight, this is where I just don't get it. So we have 3.6 between the grant and between the match of the City of Antioch, right? When I look at what was budgeted in fiscal year 24, but what was actual, when I go to the very bottom, the actual was $221,365. Then when I go to fiscal year 25, and the actual was $225 and some odd cents. So adding those together, that's roughly $446, around $450. Then when I look at what the request is for fiscal year 26, I go to the bottom and it's roughly 319,000. I add those three, the actual of 24, the actual of 25, and the proposed for 26. I'm coming up with $764,000, $765,000. So I don't get it. If we got a grant and we matched it, but we've only spent $764,000.
The grant, the Excel that you see before you is only ODAT's budget. The budget for the city of Antioch that includes the 1.7 and the city of Antioch's match is not reflected here. What we used as match at first was staff time, as well as the building. When we did a modification, we removed staff time as match, and we used only the purchase of the building on 2nd Street as the match. That is not reflected here. Is it not 2nd Street?
So when we purchased, you're talking about the PG&E building?
Yes.
So when we purchased it, wasn't it 1.8 million?
Yes.
I forget,
Yes.
$1.8 million.
Yes. So it covered our match completely.
So our match was the purchase of that building with ARPA money
Yes.
and staff. So how much did staff cost us?
What do you mean? How
You
much?
said staff.
At
So
first, we were using the match from staff time. That's what we were using as match, which was the.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, but the match is, the grant's 1.8, the match is 1.8. So
So with the
really-
purchase, exactly. We had already matched staff time, maybe like 435,000.
Okay.
Then the rest of it was used with the purchase of the building.
Okay, now walk me then through the budget summary.
Okay.
And so at the very bottom, the yellow highlight, the original allocation was 341,000, spent 221,000. So we have basically 119,000 that was not expended, it's rolled over.
Correct.
And then the projected 25 is another 388,000.
Correct.
And the projected for the fiscal year 26 is 318. So now this is total expenses requested 706,000. Is any general fund money coming from this, or is it
No.
all grant funding?
This is all CalVIP funding.
Okay, so when we add, under what you have in the yellow, so is the contract, have we spent $1.8 million of the grant funds?
No.
As of June 30th, 2026?
No.
How much would be left over?
How much is left over of the CalVIP funds currently?
Yeah, if we spent to June 30th, 2026 of the CalVIP, the 1.8, how much is left over?
We have to spend it by December 25th of 25, December of 25. The 6 months of January through June of 2026 is just for evaluation and auditing. Right now,
But how do we pay for that?
that's paid for that, it has to be paid by December.
No. Okay, what's the source of funding for
CalVIP.
January 1st?
CalVIP.
I thought you just told me it ends on the 25th.
There is no invoicing in 2026. The way BSEC has created it is that you have 3 years for implementation with the final 6 years of auditing. The final 6 months of auditing. So that audit is paid through in December.
So we pay it up front.
Yes.
Okay. So at the end of June 30th, 2026.
Yes.
It should be 0.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Oops, sorry.
Yes, Councilmember Wilson.
Yes. Hold on. It's wrong page. So my questions are program questions in regards to the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4. I don't know.
Excuse me real quick, it's another late night. Maurice Goins with Advanced Peace. I'm on the national team, and I didn't come prepared to really speak,
but I could answer Councilman Roach's question thoroughly, as well as your question.
Well,
So-
we answering.
Okay,
well,
I
don't
was
wanna
just giving
take
some
over, Mayor,
clarification.
but
Yeah,
we're, right now, we answering Councilwoman Wilson's
Okay,
question.
I was just
'cause-
visiting, because if you did, that answer that you got, I was sitting back there and I could answer the question that you had. And I do remember you from coming to the council meeting.
Yeah, we'll let Councilmember Wilson's questions first, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, if you could talk to this gentleman after the meeting.
have no problem talking to you all.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, going back to the tiers 1 through 4, you had said earlier you did have a program member that stepped away,
We did.
and then that person eventually came back.
He's coming
So
back.
how do you support somebody that does go away? Because potentially you want them to come back in the program,
Yeah.
because you want them. How are you guys set up to support when somebody steps away like that?
So this was new to us as this program is evolving, but the whole time that they were away, we were still doing check-ins. The reason why they went away was because it was a family matter, and they were trying to figure out housing. And we still supported through that process by check-ins, but they weren't wanting to work on their life map goals. Like they kind of went into survival mode. So our goal was to stay consistent. We're still here. We understand you're going through stuff. We will still have check-ins with you. When you're ready, we're still back. And when that was resolved, and even we supported through housing. When it comes, they figured out their own housing, but we supported with getting groceries and how can we help the situation be better, because somebody was helping him out. So our goal was to get him back on their feet. We understand that crisis happens, and sometimes it feels like an ocean when it's just a puddle. And I feel like in this situation, that's what it was. And our goal was to stay consistent, stay supportive, do daily check-ins if we could. At that moment, it doesn't always work out that way, but our goal is to still be a resource through those moments of why they're stepping away, at whatever capacity we can.
Okay, and so a follow-up to that, because you're working in nonprofits, when you work with communities that are going through trauma,
Yeah.
or something has happened,
Yeah.
we want to work holistically. So there's the program member, and then there's their support, whether it's family,
100%.
guardians,
100%.
relatives, whoever. Do you guys also take that into consideration?
100%.
The family support.
100%. And so when I said we helped with those groceries and stuff, that's exactly what that was. We understand that you're going through crisis. How can we make this better for everybody in that household? So emergency needs sometimes is getting them and family support into support, like mental health, right? Like, can we do this? Can we be of support? We also have to understand that our NCAs have a full caseload, so we don't want to add additional caseloads to them, but we do want to connect them to other CBOs that can help the family. If we can be of support to some extent, we always are. But the goal is to connect not just our fellow, but the people immediately connected to them. Friends, that's a big one too. A lot of them, it's friends, and sometimes we want to get their friends into the program by giving them support as well. So we have 19 participants, but we work with more than just 19 participants.
Because your NCAs are almost at capacity.
Correct.
Okay. And then my last question, going back to the tier. So it looks like tier 4 is the last.
That's our goal.
You want them to be successful through tier 4. I'm hoping that you do have some type of transitional support, because you just don't want to go, send me the
100%.
program, good luck.
No, not at all.
How do you?
Not at all. So our goal through tier 4 is to let them be mentors in their own community. So that's still something that we haven't seen, because we're still, a majority of our participants are in tier 3, from tier 1 to tier 3, but we haven't hit tier 4 yet in the development. So that's something that we'll probably work very closely with the advanced piece to see how we transition them out. But no, one day at a time's motto is once ODAT, always ODAT. I'm a participant of the program when I was a kid, and now I work for the program. So no, we don't let go of people. Our goal is to create a ripple effect by bringing them back to the program, whether it's as mentors, as elder circle, to some capacity, to bring them back to the community, give them a larger purpose. And still, I'm sure our NCAs build connections with them. They're not going nowhere. They're still going to do check-ins. It's just part of the process.
And I know we're just
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. We're just about out of time. Just one quick question back to transitional support. What I'm asking in terms of, that's great that some come back as mentors, but those are like, okay, I'm going on, in a career or what have you. How are you supporting those individuals?
Well, one is that they always know they could come, I mean,
Yeah.
they got the support of the organization, right? And there's, and the staff. So they always know there's a relationship there. We're hoping that we put them in a position where they're actually able to sustain themselves, like with a job, making good decisions, either going to college, going to a trade, whatever that is. But they'll forever have that contact with ODAT. If it's just to have someone to talk to, go have lunch, or just come to the office and hang out, they'll always have that type of support. We're not completely there, please let me know if I'm wrong, but we're not completely there, and that's something we would be working with the advanced piece to understand that piece a lot more in regards to that transition of them actually not being part of the program possibly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have 1 minute to,
Mr. Mayor, there's a dilemma. There's a dilemma from my perspective. I mean, the questions the city manager is asking seem very program related. So, are y'all talking to one another? I don't get it.
Well,
I don't know if you want to answer that.
Go ahead.
I know that I usually would talk to Montserrat as my first point of contact, and then she would, I'm assuming, talk to Tasha, and then Tasha would talk to Bessie. No? Okay, so I'm not sure how that goes. Our point of contact since we got the grant has always been this department, which is Montserrat. Before it was America, who's no longer with the department, so we transitioned to Montserrat. And then we've not worked with the council. It was strictly directly through the department. That's who we applied with, and that's who we got the funded through.
Well, listening to Councilmember Tamisha Walker-Torres, I mean, there should be a dialogue happening.
There is supposed to be, and I saw in the staff report that there are meetings that are happening, but these are supposed to be with everybody, the check-in meetings. I know we had one meeting where we even had the district attorney's office there and some other folks to try to build a network around this work. Those meetings were supposed to bring in and start up. So these meetings that y'all having, like the city, not only is the city manager supposed to be in those meetings, so is the police chief. And so it's not just supposed to be the violence prevention manager in those check-ins with you all, because we have to look at the overall city, like the impact, right? So there's just some gaps missing around communication where these quarterly meetings aren't including everybody that need to be included. And I know we've had a lot of transitions from America to Maserati and Tasha being out, but I think like from this point moving forward, it really need to be clear that if this partnership is gonna continue because it's necessary, especially after what we heard today in my 16 years of experience working in violence prevention, like that's like a mandate from this council. If the city manager is asking questions in a meeting, that's problematic.
Thank you. Councilwoman Torres Walker.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we extend the meeting till 12:20.
all right, we have a motion to 12:20. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, cast your votes.
Motion passed 5-0.
All right.
Thank you. The check-in meetings with ODAT, Advanced Peace, Evident Change, and the City of Antioch happen bi-weekly. So every other Wednesday, we meet as a team and we go over stats. I meet with Chief Vigil. The Community Violence Solutions meetings, which we were trying to do maybe on a quarterly basis, it started in October, was our first one. Then we were moving forward with our second one happening around February. At that time, capacity changed. I had a conversation with Tasha, and she was gonna speak to City Manager Scott.
I think the question here is why isn't the city manager in those meetings?
In the meetings, the community violence meetings?
The meetings with everybody, you said every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks.
Why isn't the city manager?
At the time, Director Johnson was in those meetings.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure this is for prime time right now, this item. I mean, clearly, I'm not comfortable, taking a position because there seems to be some internal communications that needs to be resolved. Let me just ask, I know, we have somewhere on the agenda, we're gonna either meet on July 8th or the 22nd. Can we make that decision? Because I would suggest that at the next meeting, whatever it is, the 8th or the 22nd, that this come back at the beginning of the agenda, and so that we can, have a report from the city manager and from the program. And otherwise, I'm voting no, and I'm not sure, you're going to get a majority vote. And so hopefully resolve some of these issues so that we can truly address it and make a decision.
So is there a motion to?
Well, Mr. Rodriguez
I'm
wants to
sorry.
say something.
Well, I just know that, we've been to 2 separate meetings, and I understand the first one, we didn't know how, I'll be honest, we didn't know exactly what was gonna be asked and things like that. We probably should have came more prepared. The last one, we had to move because of staffing issues with the city. We're here the third time. Just so you know, the delays also impact what we're doing in regards
But
to
you
our.
don't have a program manager.
I know. So what happens is that's what's going to be impacted. It's hard for us to be able to move forward with some of these positions if we don't know if we're going to get the funding to be able to move forward. So it's just making it difficult for us to be able to do certain things for this program when it talks about consistency working with our fellows. So I just put out, we had never chose not to meet with the city manager. I'd be more than willing to meet with the city manager at any time with my staff. We were never told that. If we were told that, we'd invite her every meeting. We don't have no problem with that. That was not the direction that we were given when receiving this grant.
Which, Mr. Mayor, underscores the need for the staff to get together, work this out, and come back to the city council either on the 8th or whatever, and have the item, I would hope, at the very beginning of the agenda so we can take appropriate action.
Is the special meeting on the 17th packed?
The 17th?
We don't.
We have a 17th?
I
Yeah, we
have a hold on the 17th.
We do have a hold on the 17th for the budget, and so with, I think what we see is the impact of the enormous amount of turnover. And so, they were reporting up through Kwame, if you recall.
Yeah.
So now we have a 5th layer.
Yeah.
And I will tell you that you can say it's on the 6th, 17th, 7th. I'm trying to get your budget to you on the 24th. So I can't do any of this. I'm just being really honest. So either, I would say if you approve this.
Could we just approve it?
Yes.
But
with
with the understanding
yes.
that y'all are going to be meeting.
Right. So we clearly need a supplemental director here, which we need to go ahead and get for public safety manager. I've arranged to do that.
Okay.
So we obviously, this is a problem. So I would say, please go ahead and approve both items 6 and 8 and 9, and I will come back to you all with a report on how we're going to resolve some of these gaps.
Councilmember
Well, let me just say, if we do that, and we come back in a month, understand if things are not worked out, I want it back on the agenda to oppose it. So even though we're saying yes at this point, I do not assume that this goes forward, at least from my perspective, because I don't feel comfortable with the issues that seem to be coming, which is communication. And which is a bit ironic, considering the programs that are before us are about communication. So I just want to be clear, I will vote for it, but with the understanding that it can be revoked.
Mayor, do you have any, because I'm also just.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question of the city manager. So your recommendation is to approve this and then work out the details after we approve it, as opposed to working out the details and then bringing it back?
Yeah, because the issue is that we have had so much delay that now the program is in jeopardy. Yeah. So we can't have that either, especially if I'm going to apply for the next.
Yeah, that's what I was going to speak to, because quite frankly, ODAT has been here prepared to participate in this discussion, and we weren't prepared the last time to do it because we didn't have staff here. I'm talking about from the city staff, from the public safety and community Resources Department. And so this time around, it's coming out really late. So I would be in favor of moving forward with Ms. Scott's recommendation, and that way we have the opportunity to have you as our representative for the city, meet with the director and their staff to have our lines of communication straight and what our expectations are going forward. This is not grant funded, this is not general funds we're talking about, it's grant funded. And I think it's an important enough program, and we have 19 individuals involved. I think we need to come together and do the best we can to resolve whatever misunderstandings there may be. And if it can't be done, then we need to make some changes and move on. But I think it's worth at least the opportunity to have you sit down representing us and then proceed forward, hopefully, with being able to work out our differences. So I'll move to approve.
Right. We have a motion to approve the 587,000 increase for the consultant services agreement. Do you have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
The motion passed unanimously.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for working with our city manager, you know.
We're looking forward to it.
And she's kind of easy to work with. You won't
Okay.
have much,
Are you
She
being
may be a little-
sarcastic?
She may appear a little intimidating, but you know.
All right, item number 9, amendment number 3 of the consulting services agreement with Advanced Peace, increasing the amount by $50,000 for support of the city of Antioch's California Violence Intervention and Prevention Program.
Mr. Mayor, are there any comments, public?
Are there any public comments?
There are no speakers to this item.
All right,
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Mayor, the motion passed unanimously.
All right, and on to item number 10. City Council requested recess in July. The question is, do we want to take a recess in July? And if so, do we want to take a recess the first meeting, the second meeting, both meetings?
My understanding, again, I'm new to this team, but my understanding was with the 4th of July happening, it would be the 8th that would be looking to not meet and then come back, which would be what, the 22nd, I think? It's 2 weeks
Aren't
later.
you guys gonna be, who's gonna be in Chichibu?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's on the second week, so you're not gonna have, both are pretty hard to do, so.
Yeah, so I'm good either, way.
Well,
It's
if we
the
take
8th or the 22nd.
If we take the whole month, that's 6 weeks between the end of June and the beginning of August. That's a long time to not be doing it.
Is it?
It really is,
I mean,
yeah.
If some people are gonna be gone,
You have to do your warrant. There are some.
Can you just sign off on them for me? Can you just sign off on the warrants for?
I know
So,
historically, we've done, it's the first week, the second Tuesday of the month in July which is the 8th, that we would take off.
right, and I think, but Councilmember Torres Walker and I are gonna be out of town on the second meeting. So that
So
leaves
you'd rather have
3.
it on the 8th?
I'd rather, if we want 5 people, I'd rather have it on the 8th.
I can be
but
on the 8th.
Hold on, let me make sure I'm in town, hold on, because I know
And
I'm
the 4th of July
Chicago.
is like on a Thursday, I think.
It's, yeah.
I'm here on the 8th because it's on my calendar like I have nothing else to do. It's already on my calendar.
Yeah, the 8th works for me.
Okay, so do we have a motion to cancel the meeting on the 22nd of July?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion, have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and second, please cast your votes.
Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so we have public comments. All right.
Wait, did you do a public comment?
No, it was on an agenda item.
I won't take up the whole time, and thanks for everyone for staying so late, but I just wanted to remind everybody at these times that we're living in, as we've seen in Concord with people getting ripped out of the ICE office, that Mary Lutz offered the action that's going to happen on Saturday. So I hope some of y'all can make it out as council representatives to march with the folks through town, just 1.2 miles up to Williamson Ranch Park. And then lastly, I would just remind you all to hopefully take a look and consider an ethical investment policy as you guys finish up your investment stuff. I talked to your presenter outside. He's the person that works with Alameda County, which we already had passed the language that I passed out to you and emailed to you all. And he says that it's been fine out there. And in fact, the ethical investment policies in many cases have turned out to be more bigger returns. So I hope you all consider that. And the last thing I'll say is that the people that work with Contra Costa Divest have looked at the Antioch investments, and there may be some in there that you all might want to take a look at, and that may be considered for to check out.
All right.
And that'll be it. So thank you all, and good night.
All right, thank you. All right, do we have any staff communications? No. All right, council communications and future agenda items?
Future agenda item, ethical investment policy.
We don't invest in single stocks. That was the reason. That was the reason why I asked the question.
All right, so what we,
No, it is on the agenda. The agenda is, do we want it? I don't want it, because it's immaterial to us. It's stupid.
okay, any other?
So
requests
are
for
we
future-
doing it or not?
She can make a request. Yeah, that's fine. And then, all right, and there's no other requests for future? Okay, I would like to close tonight's meeting in honor of Joseph Zamora. He passed away yesterday. He was 103 years old. His birthday was going to be next month. He's made an impact on our Antioch community. He was a member of the First Congregational Church and stored the bell that's now at the Historical Society Museum. He gave that to them. So I'd like to close the meeting in his honor.
He was my Spanish teacher in 9th grade.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Zamora, yes.
wow, that's amazing.
All
Yeah.
right. All right, so do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and we are closing in the honor of Joseph Zamora. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you.
I know. I know.
Yeah, she's the one.
I guess I was going to thank her.